Is it time? Chad, I think it's time.
Is it time?
It's time for Die Sussy, the finale. All right, first things first. I want to get some stuff out of the way before we hop right into it. First off, this is the final session of Daisuisen, which means if you haven't seen any of the other ones, this is the one session where I'm going to say this isn't standalone, and you'll probably want to see those. Though, if you missed a few, it probably won't take out all your enjoyment. So please stick around regardless if you're coming in. I think you're going to have a great time. After this finale, the next coming month, there's still going to be some content for Daisuis, and of course, there's some mini RPs going to upload. The week after, we're going to have a mini RP theater for the rest of the player characters, and then there's some extra ones we've been filming because we've just been having a lot of fun doing some extra content. Those will be on my Patreon, and top of that, you'll be able to see a lot of the icons and other stuff on Chat's Patreon.
Yes.
And
Hi.
yes, now beyond that, I would also ask if anyone would like join the official Discord for updates. You can go to our website for seeing the streams uploaded over time. Like you can find the whole of Daisuis in there if you need to catch up on an episode or two, or just want to rewatch it for fun. And a few more things beyond just our stuff. We've got a 2-minute tabletop, which has provided so many maps and assets, and you're still going to see so much of the stuff they've done throughout here. Them and the program they made, which was Dungeon Draft, has been essential for making Daisuisen possible, and I'm super thankful for that. And also for the music tracks, some of the music tracks you'll hear were done by Zephysonis, and fantastic, wonderful composer. Absolutely recommend go check them out. And last but not least, there's something special happening next month. This is the end of getting into the end of September, and next month we're having a little community thing that's going to be Surprise Stabtober. It's something that's generously been put together by fans, also Manchi, thank you, and others. That basically just a whole bunch of different props for drawing challenge in October. If you were interested in doing that, pop in some of the fan servers or just pop into the official server and check some stuff out. It'll be in the announcements. And now, I think it's time to go, don't you, Chad?
Why, yes, it is.
So, in the dead of night, in the corner of Mitsudai, not so frequently traveled, panting, moving quickly, stumbling outside. Movement. A door slowly creaking open as a figure stumbles out, sweating, panting, moving with uneasy steps forward. He steps, the thoughts racing in his head, all too quick to contemplate. Hair glowing in the night that seems to choke around him in every way. He stops, moves, and then stumbles to the ground. Holding that wet grass between his fingers, he almost seems to lurch over, and eventually, the man vomits, letting out lunch and acid from his body as he sort of stumbles to the side, feeling grass in between both of his fingers, both of his hands. He slowly stumbles up again and keeps moving. A sack dragging at his side, the satchel he's carried with him for years now. He moves, getting closer to the water, stepping up, drops the satchel and looks down. Looking at the water beneath him, he sees himself. He sees the glowing hair. He plunges his right hand bare into the water. Liquid seems to diffuse into the water of the lake. The lake itself almost stains in dark colors that are barely visible except for the light that glows off his hair. Red and black. Red and black. Red and black. He pulls his hand back, stumbling back on the rocks. turning to the side, the moonlight covered by the clouds in this moment. He stops, staring over to the side, and he starts looking through his pack, looking for fresh bandages of some kind, something to wrap. He pulls out something, puts it down, and gets some tags. They function well enough during this time. Except, as he sorts through, he does notice something different. Something wrapped up in his very bandages. It's a curious thing. A rectangular object, wrapped with bandages that seem to have gone old and sort of worn by this time. He doesn't know why exactly he picked it up. Maybe it was the words that rung in his head from the person who spoke to him that day, many, many years ago. Not to open this yet. Not until you'd be ready to face what was inside of you. Daisuisen thought that he was certainly not ready. But there wasn't much of a chance. No other chance to potentially deal with what had just happened. A raging presence. Something burning on the inside. A mix of hesitance but also panic as his hand wraps open the bandage, pulling it open until revealing a singular, rectangular, almost square-shaped mirror. He looks into it. The only thing that he can see is the glow of his hair and the fear in his eyes. He stares, and he feels himself slipping ever so slightly. What is it that he thinks about? What is it that he thinks about first? It's nothing, really. Nothing. A complicated concept. A very loaded one. But for him, that longing for that nothing brings him to a place of emptiness. His eyes open. Or, they never really closed. It'd be more accurate to say, he stops looking at the mirror, because at some point the mirror stopped existing. He stands on nothing, looking around at nothing. Strange objects. Shaped, I suppose, similar to that mirror, float around him. Hanging still as he looks around. What? What's going on? The man speaks. Truthfully, he doesn't quite know. He was looking at a mirror. There was something he was panicking about, but all of that seemed to slip away ever so slightly, as the man turns, looking around at 100 different objects, so blank, so empty, at so many different distances. He is one of them here. A single thing that exists without any real purpose. This is the opposite of any sort of stimuli. And so he catches his breath, not quite sure what was going on, not quite sure where his fear had come from. There's a calmness, and he takes a moment to sit down and breathe. Running through his head, he thinks, "Hey." Continuing to think, not about anything like his thoughts or about what happened, but instead how he feels. He feels his body's movement, his heart, the way his breaths are slow and jagged. Hey! And he thinks a bit more about perhaps why his head is pulsing and why his arm seems to be. Hey! He stops. Something annoying is prodding at his back. He kind of turns his head around and he sees someone standing there. A shadow of a man. The greatest yes man who ever existed in this world. Do you need some help? Uh, I, I don't, I don't think so. I think I've. And he stops, recognizing those pure black locks of hair that drift down his head. And expression creeps to his face. Something bemused, though utmost shocked, curious. You look like you could use some help. I can help people really good. Here, why don't I help you out of here? Would that help? The man sighs, looking down at this young one. What did you give me, Hint? He looks around his person again. Seems not to find anything resembling whatever this was. Are you looking for the mirror? Huh? Yeah, I am. Okay, let's see. They run up. They reach for a far-off object over here, which they almost seem to grasp. But the perspective of this place, meaning it's really almost hard to see if anything's large, small, or even close or far away. Like staring at something in the midst of the sea. He grabs it, kind of holds it close, reaches inside, kind of prying at it like it's some peanut butter jar, cracks it open, and shows him. There's a mirror, but it doesn't reflect him. It reflects someone. A face he might have seen at some point. Is it like this? Yes. But, well, that looks more like a painting on a mirror surface. I guess so. Sorry. They toss it back. But if you are looking for there's a bigger mirror, though it's kind of pitch black. Pitch black? Yeah, but I can see through it just fine. I can show you how to look at it. He kind of scratches his head. You know what, kid? Sure, but you really gotta get better at that. Get better at what? He kind of stops. Not being such a big suck-up. He sort of stumbles to the side along with this one. The kid seems a little downtrodden by this, but then kind of picks up and moves on to the side. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. I promise I'm doing good. Yeah. Let's go. These two stumble off forward, moving deeper into this empty place. And as they move, the surroundings almost seem to... They shrink away. Many different strange objects that almost seem to float on the horizon, all slowly drift and drift, until eventually, Daisuisen takes a step on a single black dot, and more. These aren't... At first, he thought it was some kind of hole, but after prodding at it, he realized, no, it's a stain. A stain on this perfectly nothing world with something. Something is here, but this something is equally nothing. This is a competition between nothing and nothingness. Two types of non-existence. A bit hard to explain, but pretty easy to see as he stumbles forward. Daisuisen has entered a travel path. I will not explain the travel path rules. We've seen them enough times by now. The kid kind of moves up as Daisuisen almost steps next to him. Oh yeah, so if you're gonna keep going, you're gonna have to look at these first. These? Yeah, it's Granny always said you have to clean your room before you look at, I get to go outside. And it's pretty dirty in here, so Sucks to be you. Kind of stumbles off this way. Suisen's kind of, hey, wait. Where's this coming from? The kid kind of moves to the side. You called me a sucker butt, so I'm leaving. Hey, you... The kid kind of stumbles off, and then eventually, moving to the very end, kind of pops into just the darkness around him and sort of just disappears. Suisen, staring ahead, is sort of perplexed, but then sort of takes a sigh. He's not sure how he got here, but judging by that kid's explanation, he thinks he knows what these are. There's something he's feared for a long, long time. An aspect of not himself, actually. That's exactly the point. This is something that's been dragged in for someone else. Real estate taking up his mind, and as he looks down, he has to wonder once more, what exactly got him so worked up to have to deal with this now? How can he deal with this anyways? He sort of sighs and takes a step forward, moving silently into the first petal. And as he does so, taking steps, he finds himself dipping into that inky black. Another simply dark, silent place. This is... Huh. Is it steamy here? Huh. Yeah, it's steamy, warm, and actually kind of comforting despite the dark. And as he sort of comes to again, he sees it. This place is lit despite being covered in a smoky black. He sits across from someone. Someone, as he kind of looks up, he realizes the final realizations of what's going on for Suisen. He sighs. Hey there, Tadao.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going quite well.
I'm happy about that. He sort of considers you a little bit. I'm happy that you could have gone along with your master, and I honestly hope you're both doing pretty well.
I hope so too. The future holds so much mystery. I can only wish. And with time, perhaps it will.
He sort of considers that. Yes, the future. Of course. He sort of... Let's see here. Tell me, Tadao.
Mm-hmm.
How was the future for you? All the way up until those final moments. You always... You lived alone for a long time. Deep in the woods. The future was always something to look forward to because it was almost necessary to live, right? You needed to wait for your master?
Yes, the time takes its toll, and what kept me going was hope. But I had to take a step back and realize that there was people within my life that I could have cared for. That there was more than just my master.
He sort of nods his head. Yes, you were waiting for a long time. It was only make sense that you would desperately hope to achieve something, but along the way, those feelings and understandings you had for others were quite important in their own right, correct?
Hmm. As my thoughts and feelings evolved, it became something quite muddy.
I'd imagine so.
My dreams for the future, instead of meeting my master once again, became things like seeing people grow up, being there for people when they passed, being a part of somebody's life that my stubbornness would not let me.
He sort of considers that a little bit. I suppose so. I can relate to a degree, yes. Though, I think mine has always been... Well, I guess now I'm certainly on a similar path. I'm considering that a lot now. Hopefully waiting that one day someone will see me again. But even before that, I think it was something I can relate to. If anything, I'll take forward with that. Your wisdom, I appreciate it. And I think if it'll be something to consider myself, that perhaps if I keep moving ahead, I might be able to... He kind of thinks about that. I don't know if, I suppose, the metaphorical master in my case is ever going to come home. But I've been living with that kind of understanding about life for a while now. I suppose I just never thought life was really complete without that. I guess there's nothing wrong with an incomplete life.
Of course. You must always remember that while history will tell a story, you are living your life. It does not end in a poetic way. It will most often peter out and you'll grow old. You will have a chance.
Grow old or die young, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Susan thinks, soon enough, I'm not going to be able to call myself young anymore. He kind of stands up a little bit. I guess that's
You'll
the most
always be a
important
child
part,
to me.
Yeah. He kind of moves up and he sort of helps the Tao up. I guess the most important thing to take too is exactly that. It's not always going to be so poetic. I'll need to keep that in mind as I continue on. I'm inclined to just say something doesn't really matter as much. He kind of helps you up. I think you can be let go now. Any last regrets?
None.
Well, he kind of stops. Thanks for making this first part pretty easy then. He kind of opens the door. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Suisen walks out the door. There's a bit of understanding, a more recent tale that flashes to his mind. Right before everything started going a little... Right before the days started to blend together again. Tadao was one he met as a part of a job. But he shared a wisdom with his late grandmother. Susan reflects on this as the figure stepping forward almost disappears within that mist. A slight splash of landing into a pool before nothing. Susan sort of steps to the side and moves off this way as well, vanishing and eventually emerging back into the light. He comes to, blinking. that first fragment cleaned out, purged away. And let's see. Susan takes 3 fatigue. So, Kaguya, before I send you off, I have a question. Red, blue, or yellow? Which stat do you want to raise for Suisen?
Red.
I see. You choose red. Suisen rejects this and picks his yellow instead. Thank you for your time. Goodbye. As he stands, looking ahead, Suisen takes a look and sort of gazes at the next flower. He's curious what will lie behind this one. But one purged, one saying purged sort of makes him feel a little off. Maybe it's fair to say that this place is in balance and he's stabilizing things. He's trying, after all, to take something with him from each, good or bad. He moves ahead, stepping on the next flower. As he does so, once more, he almost dips into that dark for a moment. As he goes, he finds himself stepping off, and he almost feels the creaking of wood. Small footprints with time, creaking across a large empty room, but every step, the echoes seem to fade and pull in, till it's simply a large amphitheater to a smaller room, everything sort of closing in on itself. And eventually, there's almost a point where it turns from a creaking in a small room back to a wide open space where no echoes could be heard. And waves? Ocean waves. That's correct. His mind is captured by the sound of the ocean as it seems to shift. He walks out onto the boat, stepping out from the chambers behind, and he sort of looks around. The sound of water, but still waves almost move jaggedly as he checks around him. Let's see. He stops as he notices a figure standing almost perfectly in the middle of the boat, staring off directly forward into nothing.
Hello, Suisen.
He sort of looks directly across. Momozawa.
That is me, yes.
He kind of shifts himself very subtly. Are you... He kind of sort of screws up his face a little bit. And then kind of gives a serious look. We didn't get to speak too much before. I heard some accounts of what happened afterwards, of course, but...
And what did you make of those?
He kind of considers... suppose I'm continually surprised. I can't say I hate you, but I'm surprised by the level of which brutality almost seems to brush off your shoulders. I suppose he kind of thinks about it for a minute. And let me roll something really quick. Okay. If I have to say, I keep you at a comfortable distance. Lets me do my job better and lets me respect your craft, but maybe there's a bit of a balance in that. Me not quite hating you, but also surely not liking you too much.
Yes. That is a comfortable place, I feel. He looks out into the ocean a bit longer. Quite an interesting sea we have on ours, isn't it?
He steps up, moves, and inspects the sea. Otherworldly.
Yes. Quite fascinating, I would say.
Do you... I've heard a little bit about why you do what you do. He sort of considers something for a moment. But I wouldn't say I care too much to internalize that.
That is quite fair. I don't mind. He continues to look out at the ocean. Tell me, Suisun, do you think if you had gone through what I have, you would be like me right now?
He sort of considers. No. I think there's a commonality in our stories. But I suppose, if anything, I'd have to thank you. Seeing someone like you take the approach you did to life can almost reconfirm that we did end up different.
That we did.
You sort of, I suppose in the inverse, I don't think there's any way you turn up like me if you went through what I went through.
Most likely, yes. And it's because we are individuals, after all.
Suppose so. It's simple enough, but you kind of, I have a question.
What is that?
An intellectual curiosity, I think, above all else. You and I both encountered many core spirits, and we've seen how all of them react to the stimuli around us. If you truly are you, and you have some knowledge I don't. Core spirits interacting with the world, accepting those wills. Is there any difference between that and humanity in the end? We are individuals in our own way, but is it just a barrier?
Momozawa looks out deeper into the vast painted ocean before the both of them. Humanity and core spirits exist in two completely different worlds. Quite frankly, it'd be certainly difficult for us to fully understand one another. Being able to forge true connections or bonds with one another would be, he thinks to himself, impossible, I would state. However, he takes a few steps out in this direction and kind of gazes at the other side of the ocean, still the same as the one he had been gazing at before. In the end, I believe that we are both a part of the same cycle. Think of it as a... He turns around, looks at you, and you notice he's spinning his hand around and around. A loop that connects our two worlds together. We both get caught up in it at some point or another, and in some way we bleed into each other's worlds.
He kind of thinks about that. Yes. In all the storybooks and folk tales that were told, the stories of humans and core spirits intertwining never end well. Which is... Which I think is a bit apocalyptic. He kind of turns over to Momozawa again, just as you said. True understanding might not be possible for core spirits and humans on a grand scale. But I would say understanding of core spirits for each other and humans don't have much easier with each other, even though if we're in our own worlds, respectively. After all, he kind of turns over. Can't really understand you past a certain level, so...
You almost hear a light chuckle from underneath Momozawa's mask, and he continues to look at you, Suisun. Do you know why I enjoy tea so much, Suisun?
He thinks. For me, it's a ceremony that brings me together with others. It's a reminder. What's it for you?
He kind of thinks for a moment. For me, I do not drink tea for its taste, or mayhaps not even the company. For me, I actually quite dislike the flavor of it. He thinks. But I must say, I am a person who cannot forge connections easily. Being able to know that I share something with another person, I will always have a conversation over tea. It gives me a common ground that I normally wouldn't have. After all, he looks you directly in the eyes. We have absolutely no common ground whatsoever outside of our field of expertise.
Not at all. And he stops.
Yes.
Though I suppose that's wrong. It
Oh,
seems we have a similar interest in tea then.
I suppose so. He kind of looks back out at the painted ocean. Tell me, Suisun, would you like some tea?
He thinks. From you? Absolutely not. He steps up on the edge of the boat. It was good talking.
To you as well, Suisun.
He sort of looks over. Anyway, see ya. And he pops over the edge and dips into the water, leaving behind this particular moment as the boat shifts on until eventually the boat, Momozawa, and this entire sphere of thought simply sinks deep beneath the waters. And I going to ask the same question to you, J-Man. Which attribute would you like to up by 1?
Up your blue.
You and Suisun are in agreement. And so, Suisun ups his blue by 2.
Very good.
You may
Have fun, Sussy.
have fun. And stepping up, moving forward. Let me once again. Suisun steps out of that memory. He breathes, feeling ever so slightly more and more tired, but definitely nowhere near stopped. As he moves, he kind of brings himself forward. 1 more. 2 down, and 7 to go. And then the final one. Whatever that one is. He takes a moment and steps forward, moving ever so subtly up into the next fragment. As he moves, he almost feels a bit of remorse, a feeling of many complicated feelings, having been tempered now over years, but all the same, still raw, still fresh to some degree. It's a feeling that's it's sad, plain and simple. Nothing quite complex about it. He's simply sad. That's something he can understand and something that doesn't quite make him afraid. He feels himself looking through eyes once more that stumble down a stairway as he looks directly across. And he sees something. A story told some time ago. From the perspective of someone who could not exactly see themselves without a mirror, of course you can't. But from the perspective of one young Suisun, he saw. He saw colors, glowing, resplendent, all in front of him. Everything almost glowing with this almost sereneness. But he could not see the beauty in it. For all he knew, the something was eating Granny. But without, in a moment of panic, 2 choices in front of him, the child chose instead to flee, running away, screaming up the stairs. A form shifted, moving ever so slightly. And all of the clouds seemed to combine into one, until, eventually, she reappeared, wandering, stumbling up the stairs. As she moved, the boy runs, finds himself running straight past the main room, where man watches. He stumbles, jumps into the bed, and sort of waits, holding himself there. Someone else comes running, stumbling out, moving as quick as they can, until eventually the door cracks open, and Suisun watches as a familiar, welcome figure steps into view. There we go.
Suisun.
He watches her go
Suisun.
by, a memory replaying in front of him. He sort of steps forward and kind of waits at the door, this time deciding he'd prefer to stay and watch. You stumble inside. Moving in, as you look directly across, the figure buried in the blankets, looking up at you, peeking through and then seeing you again. And the moment they recognize it's you, they burst out and immediately hug at your chest and begin to cry.
Oh,
I'm
Suisun.
sorry, I didn't mean to go down. I didn't mean to go down.
No, it's okay. Suisun. Oh, are you okay?
A bit of silence. A nod.
I'm sorry you had to see that. I didn't think it was time to explain to you why that happens. But I can't hold my form together when I'm sleeping. And if I'm not in an enclosed space, I could drift
Why?
away.
Why?
Well, a long time ago, I received a curse. But that wasn't the curse. You see, your granny's very stubborn. The curse itself was meant to take me apart. But due to my nature, and how I can hold myself together in the first place, I've been doing that since. Even now, I hold myself together. I'm sorry you had to find out this way.
He seems a little confused, but so you're going away sometime? You got it.
Oh. Suisun, I've been here for a very long time. One day I will go. I don't know when that will be. But as most other people, everyone does have their time.
He sort of stops. That much is a concept he understands. But it's not something he wants to hear. And so he doesn't seem to let go. Till eventually his body jolts as he hears the lightning bolt.
Oh. You know, on nights like this, nights when I was feeling like I would have trouble keeping it together. Do you remember my stories I told you of Hisashi?
He nods.
Well, on nights like this, he would try to sing to me. He wasn't very good at it, but it warmed my heart all the same.
He kind of looks up. Well, what do you sing?
Anything that came to mind, really. In fact, Suisen, would you like to hear a song?
He sort of nods his head. And in a moment, he sort of sits back down. You help him back into the bed, and you take a moment and sit. Well, first, you need to grab the lyric book, though. It's hard to remember the lyrics exactly, so you stumble past, walking by, and Susan watches you pass. As you go, a form is on the other side of her, staring back almost accusatorily at the other figure in the room. You know, it's our fault she keeps forgetting things. Almost surprised by this, Susan sort of, uh, it's getting worse. We're killing her, you know? Susan stops, and he almost gets a bit of a stern expression. We're not killing her. But we are making her worse. Is there really a difference? Keeps looking vacantly out there when we're just trying to make food, do tea and stuff. Suisen sort of, look. He kind of steps up. I'm aware. But I guess this time it's more than just her stuck in here, huh? He kind of reaches over and tries to just sort of comfortably pat the shoulder of this one who sort of seems to stumble back. We're taking them. All of them. They're being stolen. Perhaps. But we've been doing good with staying away. And you might not know it now. And she might not even remember it. But it is true. Once we explained it to her, she understood. She knew what she wanted and she chose us anyways. You're afraid. I was too. But some things, even if we are afraid of them, even if we still feel that fear pounding in our chest, we have to act anyways. You're not going to go anywhere if you're always stumbling at shadows. He stops, looking up. And then sort of redirects. I'm not a coward. I never said you were a coward. I just said you get frightened too easily. If we were a coward, we would have drowned a long time ago. I guess. Kind of moves over. And he kind of bonks this one on the head. They get out of here. I'm getting my lullaby. Don't need you ruining it, okay? Unless he sort of stops. You want to stick around too. He sort of thinks for a moment. I don't know if I should. Yes, you should. You'll have no idea how much you'll value these memories later, whether you stole them or not. Come on. He drags this one over into this room, and he lets him take the seat with the pillows as he sort of sits and leans up against the luggage. Granny, you sort of stumble on back in, holding that book in your hands. So you sit on down with this one.
Daisuisen, I wrote this one down for you. It I I know it hasn't been too long, but I do love looking after you. I love you. And I hope you'll let me continue to care for you.
I love you too, Granny.
Thank you, Daisuisen. She puts her arm around him and snuggles in the blanket with him. Well, when you feel alone, just know that I'm right here by your side. In the dark, your light calls out to those that are lost. It's impossible to look past the world in your eyes. So take my hand and we'll weather out the storm.
Shifting. Movement. He finds a shift as he steps forward. Moving underneath. He sort of looks around this garden once more. As he stops, turns around, and he notices standing over in the little garden, humbly, he sort of stops and steps, almost breaking in that moment, not being able to move forward anymore.
Hello, Daisuisen.
Hey, Granny. He just reaches over and gives her a hug. You know, I was always so afraid when I was younger. I thought it was stealing you or taking things away, but I guess in the end, maybe it was a good thing, at least so I could do this. Giving her that big hug, holding her for a moment.
Daisuisen, you know, I waited around for so long. I honestly think my whole experience with you, it was the most fortunate thing I could ask for.
He stops. I'm glad. Thank you so much. I'm gonna take everything, okay? Everything you said, everything you've talked about, it's all coming with me. I'm not picking or choosing.
Okay.
He gives her another hug again.
I love you so much, Daisuisen.
Love you, Granny.
Please pass my love on to everyone else.
Of course. He, holding for a moment, kind of seems to press a hand to the back of your head. Your hair, almost cloud-like, almost seems to drift ever subtly until it sort of almost floats there. And Suisen, that moment, can seem to smile again. And as he stands, eventually this place as well shifts ever so subtly, turning back to clouds, this time ever so bright. He holds, till eventually he's holding nothing, looking down at him again, down at himself. He stares at his arms, one bandaged, one not. And let me just... Yeah. He lets go of one fragment he never wanted to. And he takes another step forward, moving ever so carefully onwards. First, I'm going to call our first break because we hit an hour and I need to grab more water. But before we call that break, Monichi, what
Yes.
color are you picking?
Blue.
Daisuisen will choose against that and instead raises red.
Oh.
All right, thank you. And now, break. All right. Oh, I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'm taking
I'll
first shift.
stick with chat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also. Oh, never mind. I'm not here.
Goodbye, Aloha.
There's a baby
Hi,
crying.
chat. That baby's not the only one crying, and it's not the only baby crying, as we just saw. Ow. Damn.
Fucking oof, bro.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Good job. Everyone in chat, make sure you get water.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Get water to replenish your tears.
Yeah. Fucking oof, dude. Fucking
Yeah.
oof. Oh. God damn. God damn.
Bless Monichi.
Bless. It's one of those moments where it's just like, all you have to do is sit there and register and just go, like, fucking oof.
Absolutely.
Good shit.
So
So that's
yeah.
3 of 9 down, right?
Yeah. You know, just another step along the path. Reflection is important, after all. Yeah, we are a third of the way through. Oh, thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Yeah. Good job.
Oh boy. Thank you. Good job to everyone who's gone so far, everyone to come, and thank you,
Yeah.
Aloha, for recording.
Yeah.
I need more water too, so
You go
Yeah.
get some water. When you come
disappear.
back, we'll start up again.
Go get that water.
This is going pretty good.
You're going pretty good.
Pretty good.
You know, for, not planning anything at all.
Oh,
just
yes,
kind of like
yes.
last
Of course.
second, 30
Yeah,
minutes,
yeah,
we were
of
like, oh
course.
yeah, Daisuisen's a thing. And then
Oh yeah. So I just grabbed a white background, puked on it a little bit, and here we go.
Yeah, put some cubes up. Put the cube.
Bro, cubes, bro.
Just fucking stick some cubes on it, dude. They'll think it's artistic. It's fine. Yo, it's so
We're
deep.
pretty big brain, bro.
What does the cubes mean, dude?
They're boxes, bro.
Dude. Aren't we all just boxes?
We're all outside the box.
Looking like a GameCube memory card.
Cubification.
Yeah.
All I
That's
know
where
is
you'll
cafe
end
make
up
me hungry, and I know all
soon.
about it.
Everyone ready to go?
I'm good.
I'm out the box. I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right. So easy, which means we're gonna start up. We're going, gang.
Rush, the girl boss rush.
Hi. Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
The girl boss rush time.
Oh.
That was the best line for me to possibly enter on.
I know. I was thinking of waiting, but I wanted to pull you in and see what I got from the gotcha. I wanted to hear what I got the mask gotcha.
And what you got was girl boss rush. This is the energy
Absolutely.
we're coming back with after
Yeah.
fucking being punched in the heart. It's great.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So, there's the slight smell of flowers, a scent blooming in the air almost. Daisuisen steps back into the dark, marching forward, eyes almost gazing at nothing for a while, heart racing until eventually he finds himself standing once more in a field. He is not alone. As he steps forward, he notices that this field, it's all there is to this place, really. The forest branches out to pure darkness that he emerged from. He sees the men assembled, and he notices the singular man picking up a piece. Susan stops and looks. Hey there, Yori.
Hey, Suisun. He waves, casually picking some of the men.
He sort of moves up, and he thinks about taking some, but he ends up just standing to the side as he looks around. Moon shifting from above, just a vague light that almost dips down, perhaps the place he came from. He sort of turns over. You know, I've never gone back to ask yet. He kind of turns over. I wonder if you've gone traveling yet.
Oh, I think I did.
You think so?
You inspired me pretty well.
I mean, inspiration's one thing, but reality's another. A lot of dangers on the road, have considerations, and also, well, it's a lot of things we don't end up doing in life. A lot of people we don't end up talking to that we want to. He kind of turns over again to Hiyori. I think, but above all, he kind of shifts up a little bit. I'm really just curious how people treat you.
Kiori smiles contentedly, inspecting the flower in his hand. Hard to say, isn't it? But you have a good chance of seeing me again, don't you?
Could go our entire lives without meeting again, but I suppose if I make an effort.
Anything could happen on the way.
Yeah, I suppose so. He sort of considers, I'm sorry to kept you here for so long.
That's alright. I think I can tell how important it is not to be lonely.
He kind of thinks about that. Yeah. He sort of, well, one way or the other, I'm gonna try not to be lonely even without, no, I guess this. He kind of gestures to this empty field just about.
He already puts a hand on his shoulder, and there's a confidence that Suisun would not have seen much in the skeletal Hiyori he met face to face. And he just has this content smile. You don't have to be lonely.
He sort of considers that. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I certainly don't want to be lonely. But he kind of scratches at his head. I've been putting something off for a while. Suppose I've been a bit too afraid. You might understand. It's... Well... I've already gotten through some halfway through at this point, but... There's some cleaning I need to do. Things I haven't thought about. Things I never thought I'd be able to fully segment or get rid of.
Seems
But...
like you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, and with that in mind, he kind of puts out a hand to shake with Hiyori.
Hiyori's looking down at the flower. I mean it, you know. If there's someone you can be less than lonely with, well, you know that you have to seek them out, don't you?
He keeps his hand held up. I haven't given up on that yet, no. I'm trying. I've always been trying. But I can feel the momentum this time, I guess.
Hiyori smiles.
Thank you again for our talks in the past.
Thank
It
you,
was a small
Susan.
journey, but yeah.
You're the reason I'm able to hold my spouse in my arms still. I owe you a lot, you know.
Yeah, I know. I don't know that. He kind of stops. I don't really think there'd be any way I wouldn't be able to know. He kind of gives you a smile.
Hiyori just does the little hee giggle of when he's being in love.
Yeah.
And then
he kind of stops.
He puts his hands around Suisen's outstretched one and wraps Suisen's fingers around the blossom of Nim. Don't forget.
Yeah, I won't. Get on out of here. You got a home to go back to. He sort of steps off to the side and kind of waves as he sort of wanders off. And then he's like, hey, Hiyori.
Yeah?
It'll probably be for less of a minute before you disappear. Why don't we walk out of here together? Just a little company, you know?
Getting to go on a journey with the great Suisen?
Yeah, shut up. I'm just trying not to be so lonely. I don't do that. He sort of rubs the back of his head as for a very, very slight moment, very, very minor, but all the same, something he could have chosen not to do. He wanders and talks until the voice of Hiyori fades. The responses cease. And once more, Suisen heads off alone on a journey. Now then, which one would you like to select? Red, blue, or yellow?
I would like to raise Suisen's red.
I see. Suisen also wants to raise his red. And so, that's a double level up there.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah. So, that's 3 fatigue. As, sort of stumbling forward, Suisen, already halfway through, making good progress. Well, what's gonna be next? His mind drifts. He wonders about something he said. Something about not seeing you as much. Drifting away. People you don't quite meet. He shifts forward. Subtle, tiny little meetings. It sticks to him. It sticks to his head. He thinks about that a little more. There were so many people like that. so many that he met, and he diverts himself ever so slightly. He almost focuses in. Just how many people were in here? And almost illuminating, he can hear it. The sounds of talking, the jovial attitude, so many voices, so many noises. A menagerie. They start to speak up. All of them talking, all at once, till eventually, Suisen opens his eyes, and immediately, he's surrounded. A burst of noise, so much energy, so much all around him in every which direction. He sort of glances either direction, to side, as a festival is being held. The first thing that jumps to Suisen's mind is, well, first off, shock. Not used to this many people that he recognizes in one place, and also so many disparate faces, and a monkey, and he turns around, Machi, and okay, he steps forward, and he's immediately stopped as in front of him. He looks, and he sees this one. As stupid as it is, he does remember. He deposits a high five and keeps moving forward. Stepping past two guards that he thinks he recognizes from the time in Rauji. A man he thought he recognized within, well, the city of Omani, he thinks. Strange. So many different faces. Varying levels of importance, friendship, or otherwise. But all the same, many people that he barely got to interact with. Many people that perhaps he did spend many years with, but all the same, he always felt distant from. There are some close faces in this space. It makes him wonder for a moment. It makes him question things. He has to wonder what the importance of all of these people are compared to those he's seen separately. And he wonders if it's just come down to familiarity? No. There's some here he absolutely would call even closer than some he's seen before. But perhaps that's it. It's connection. Through struggle, through some specific word or otherwise. These are people that he doesn't think he's been able to connect with in that degree. The sea of faces you see in your life. He looks around to all of this list, and again he sighs until he's interrupted. In this sea of faces, none paying attention to him, all of them passing by. One calls out and almost demands attention, cutting through the haze of the area. Suisen stops. Where did that voice come from? Until he turns over to the side, and he notices a humble dongo salesman.
So you remember all these faces, do you?
Huh? He stops, turning in every direction. Blood God?
Yes, it is I. Blood God admits it I. He takes off his apron. He's been serving dongos to these people, and he just kind of moves around, scooching between things he can and the people, going through this faceless crowd. So, I didn't expect to see you here.
I can't say I expected... He kind of stops. Oh, well, I guess I should have expected to see you here. I wasn't expecting this sea of faces to talk to me.
Yes.
He looks around. No one else seems to be speaking to him here.
Yes, that's because they're all fragments of themselves. Small, tiny pieces you've picked up along the way. No meaningful interaction, only small tidbits.
He stops. Yes, I suppose that... And then he... Wait, how do you know that?
Blood God just kind of looks at him and closes his eyes. It's quite simple, really. I've been seeing things through your perspective.
Huh?
Yes. I'm inside of
What?
Suisen.
What?
Yes.
Well, I know that, but aren't you a fragment too?
Well, you see, Suisen, I'm a god.
I
But it's different from a majority of gods. You see, many gods have many complex aspects of themselves, while a piece of me is the totality of my being.
kind of scratches his head. I don't quite understand. It would seem like if you took a piece away, then that would be a piece, not a whole.
Well, you know, I'm me through and through. No matter what you take, you get what you get.
He kind of thinks about that a little bit. I suppose that's quite enviable, then.
It has its upsides and also its downsides. What if you do not like the aspect which is yourself?
He kind of thinks about that. All right, I could see that.
But
How... Yeah, he sort of stops after you start speaking.
why are you here?
He stops. I can't quite remember. I pulled out a mirror that was given to me by a contact of mine. It was something that allows a level of introspection beyond what most mortals can attain, I guess.
Oh.
I'm quite literally reflecting into my brain right now. But I don't know why I'm here.
Yes.
I forgot the moment I entered this place.
Well, Blood God puts a hand to his chin, thinking. He steps away, pondering for a second, and then returning. Well, you definitely wouldn't do this for yourself, so obviously it's for someone else.
He stops as he thinks. All right. Yes.
Yes.
Though, whether that's true or not, which is probably true,
Yes.
this part's for me, and that's how I'm going to take it.
Well then, I appreciate the sentiment.
He puts his hand out and shakes with you for a second, and then he's like, I'm a bit surprised.
Yes?
Would it be all right for me to ask then?
Yes.
You've seen this entire time. You've been looking through my eyes, and
Yes.
how much have you seen?
How much have I seen? He looks at your toes, up to your legs, moves up your body. He looks at your arm, the one that's bandaged, and he kind of laughs a bit before looking at your eyes. I've seen a fair share of your experience. Not like I can really comment much about it. It is just a fragment of your life, not the full totality of it.
I see. Yes. Why are you laughing at? He kind of holds his arm protectively.
Nothing specifically. I just find your arm hilarious.
He kind of stops and then looks forward. So then, you've seen a lot, and I've been going through and I've been learning lessons, moving forward and trying to clean up this place, but you know, I never saw you again after that point, after we met in that graveyard.
Yes, you ran away pretty fast.
I do that. He kind of like, it's because of this. He kind of pulls at your coat a little bit. The fragments. I can't really control it. It just happens. It seems even this was too much, though. But, well, you're here now. He kind of stops, so I might as well ask. You got any advice for a friend?
Advice for a friend. Advice for a friend.
Well, I guess more so. If you've been looking through my eyes for a while, you must have seen quite a lot, and I'm just curious what you have to think about it.
about you, about the being known as Kokuten, about complicated. But my advice to you, Suisen, is worry about yourself.
Right.
You see,
I,
the spirit known as Kokuten simply, if I had to put things to words, my opinion, I do not know this clearly, because the being known as Kokuten is much more ancient than me. They've just outgrown their container.
outgrown.
Yes.
So you kind of so what does it mean to I guess that's a good lead, I suppose.
Mhm.
Just gotta get a new container, I guess.
Well, if you look at all the aspects of Kokuten, he starts walking around you, pacing a little bit. Mourning, wrath, sadly, inevitability, divinity's far gone, but they're all rather incomplete, don't you say?
I suppose so, yes.
Now, if you look at your favorite, your preferred one, freedom, if you will.
I wouldn't say it like that, but I mean, yeah, he kind of stops.
Suisen, please.
What?
I look through your eyes. I see everything.
Well, go on.
Do you think they really fit amongst that group? The mask is merely a product of a far, far gone age. You could compare Kokuten to a crop. Correct. The other aspects, mourning, wrath, and so on, they are fairly immature. Right? But
Yes.
when, a crop is ready to be picked, it's picked. That's simply what happens. Right? You need to find a way for a being to stand on their own.
He sort of thinks about that.
I guess you
Right.
could say the current nothingness is an ingredient.
He kind of thinks about that. You know, now that you say it like that, I guess I was clinging so hopefully to the fullness that I wasn't really. He kind of thinks about that a little bit. Kind of looks at his right arm again. This is. Yeah. I'm going to. I think I know what I'm doing at the end now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have something I need to take care of.
Yes.
I think it's been putting it off for a while, but. Thank you.
Yes. But before you go,
Hmm?
when you entered here, do you recognize every single face in this room?
He stops. I recognize all the faces, but I don't quite remember the names. Not everyone.
Well, then you're stronger than I.
He stops, kind of smiles. Well, I don't know. I guess that's. I don't really know what to say to that. That's a big vote of confidence.
Mm-hmm.
There's a shift as suddenly in the surroundings. It seems to get darker here. And Sui-san notices this and gets a little more. Oh, well. Oh, boy.
Yes, scared of the dark, scared of the dark. Now, Suisen, do you know what's happening right now?
On a grand scale, or?
It's a festival, Suisen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a festival of all the people you've met in your life and have not interacted with. They were just chilling here when I approached, but I decided to put some festivities behind it.
Oh, well, thank you. Did a better job at that than I did.
Yes, yes. So, due to it being a festival, want me to dance you on out of here?
He stops, and he sort of looks directly. Dance? Like,
Yeah,
oh,
dance, Sui's.
sure. Yeah, yeah. He stops. I haven't really danced much, so
I haven't either.
Um, they suddenly both square off. This is gonna look really stupid then. Come on.
It's wandering around like an idiot is what I do, Suisun. And he takes your hand, and the glowing lights, the faceless people who you've interacted with and changed their lives, while you do not know the impact, their lives will forever be enriched. As you two waltz and waltz, the darkness around you, you're not paying attention to. As you look at the person in front of you, as he guides you gently out of this festival.
As he moves, by the time Suisun realizes it, he shifts over and he stops. The festival is gone. The dance has ended, the music has ceased. He looks behind and sees vague shapes of spirits drifting by. Are they core spirits? He wonders about that as he looks down. But core spirits cannot become fragments of this place. Instead, he wonders if they're just perhaps the floating little bits of will that drifted on in here from faces he can't even place. He stops, kind of steps back, and he sort of bows. Thank you for the dance.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck.
Yeah. He sort of stumbles off this way, and you know, I'm going to give you a real place in here sometime. By that I mean, I'm going to try to find you again. You're a lot of fun.
It's the first time someone's ever told me that.
Well, hopefully it's not the last. He kind of stumbles on forward. I'll see you later.
See you later, Suisun.
He departs, leaving the sole protectorate of this place behind, until eventually, even he fades away. Fragment breaking apart. Suisun stumbles forward, and let me just... 3. Oh, he's really loving those 3s. So then,
Red.
what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's also picking red. So, let me put that up by 2. All right. As he stumbles, he looks ahead at yet another spot. And this time, stumbling forward, he feels himself almost swallowed up by this next spot. Dipping down and almost sinking beneath, he feels almost like he's suffocating. But then he relaxes, calms down. Yes, he was indeed plunged in the depths. But it was not the water that was suffocating him. It was an overwhelming feeling of stress. The suffocation of expectation above all else. And as he dips down, he finds himself falling into older and older memories. He starts to feel something encroaching in. He finds himself floating in the water, but he retains his composure. As he sits there, he almost seems to be still. And then he focuses in and he looks through that murky water until finally he catches the eyes of someone who almost seems to be sitting there. Ryoko? Or
Lord
he
Susan?
stops. I suppose it'd be. He kind of stops and he waits. He waits to see, but just reacting with the Suisen, he sort of stumbles up. He kind of brings himself forward. Good evening. I hope
Good evening.
this place hasn't been too suffocating.
It is hard to say that. It isn't. But this is just how things are sometimes.
Suisen sort of stops. I suppose so. Though, he kind of brings himself forward. He looks around at the area about him. You know, I met you when I was almost still starting off. It was a bit in by this point. A couple of years had passed. I'm not quite sure just how well I handled the case you were in, but it seemed like you handled it yourself. Now, I remember quite a bit. All of that stress and pain and everything. My apologies for trapping that aspect inside of here, but I suppose it's a fair trade for being able to fix things on the outside.
I'm sorry that you have to experience it yourself now.
He kind of sighs. No, it's fine. All things considered, it's not too unfamiliar. But he kind of thinks, I remember feeling bad when I left. I left so much in a hurry, but I didn't really know why. I kept telling myself that I just didn't want you to get more trapped in here. I didn't want to cut away more of you when so many others were already doing it. But he kind of stops. If I have to be honest, let me see. I really think I left because all of those feelings and everything around, they were quite a headache. I don't think I was quite ready to help anymore. So I stuck away for the most part, only coming by when I could, doing my job, but I definitely felt more separate. And I suppose I wanted to apologize, considering everything that happens after.
It is alright. When we first met, I could say I was a woman of many regrets, but I cannot say that is the case any longer. I've always been a woman of few tears, but I am a person of few regrets now. I do wish you would come and visit more. But I do understand that it's quite a headache. I have to experience it myself every day.
He kind of sighs a bit as well. Yes, I'm not sure locking more of that in would help, but I'm putting things right. It's my hope, at least. Yeah?
Is the issue here that I regret or that you regret?
He kind of stops. For the longest time, I always said it was because you would regret, and I would take that away and I would suck that up. Really, that was just the biggest excuse, though. As much as I needed to do what I did, I jumped a little too eagerly, jumped a little too quickly away. I regret a bit. I need to face that too. I can't bury myself in my obligation. So, I'm going to make things right. He kind of bows his head.
Okay, as long as you know.
Huh? And with almost a burst, Ryoko seems to fade as the water almost takes him up. He starts floating up to the surface, and then, almost being grabbed up, he feels himself gasping for air as he's pulled above the water, as a hand is gripping onto him as he's almost pulled up out and onto a boat which seems to float in a plain, glassy, glowing fog. All the same, the sun seems to shine brightly, all things considered. As he stops and turns around, he sees the hand gracefully, gently pulling him up until he looks up and sees her directly staring down.
I know the water's beautiful, but it's much prettier from above than below.
I. I suppose so. He sort of rights himself and then sits down on the boat. He kind of looks, and there's a part of him that smiles. I'm happy.
Oh, really?
Yes. I if you're here like this too, then that means I guess I haven't stayed as away as much as I thought. Even
I would be much more upset with you if you had.
Of course. All the same. He kind of looks across. I don't know if I owe you apologies. Beyond not showing up more frequently, I should visit more. Really, what I should owe you is just a little more time, perhaps. So I think I'd like that. It's what I'd like to give, at least, if that's okay.
Of course. I always have time for friends. It's not like I have very many to begin with, she says with an almost smirk on her face.
He kind of thinks about that. Well, if we're in the same boat, then it's only fair that we talk to each other. More frequently, of course. I write enough, sure, but, I mean, he kind of thinks, maybe by the next time I meet, I'll stop being so embarrassed.
Perhaps, though I won't ever let you live any of it down.
I know. He kind of stops. I know you won't, but that's... I guess that's part of what I like, too. I guess it means you've been paying attention. He sort of stands up a bit. Would you mind if I row us out?
Of course.
Excellent.
You're not going to make me do it, of course.
Of course not. That would be improper. I've been learning a lot. He starts grabbing the oars and he starts pulling the boat off. As both of you, once more, you chat almost absent-mindedly until a wonderful white fog almost covers over everything. Daisuisen finds himself back. He looks ahead and let me... Excellent. 4. And...
You're blue, boy. You are a
I
professional,
see.
just like me.
All right. In this case, however, Suisen chooses his red.
Oh, we are friends.
Yes, friends. His red. Oh boy, okay. So, with that, thank you again. And
Salutes.
as we keep moving ahead, Suisen begins to move forward ever so slightly, taking a step. And the moment he steps, there's almost a blur. Everything almost seems to shift, as everything within his vision almost seems to fade, as we awaken as something else. We wander through a passageway with many of us around. This, a mental scape dedicated to the self, the self that we all have. We wander, moving across, taking glances at all of us, who, instead of moving with any sort of urgency, instead sit, watch, wait. As we turn the corner, we make our way forward, and we see in front of us an aspect of ourself. An aspect of ourself that has stayed with us for this long. This aspect made us remember what it meant and what it felt like to be us from an outside perspective. We wander forward, gazing up at the aspect of us who is the queen, the progenitor. We are dreaming with you, I think.
We must consider.
We must.
When are we?
We are as we've always been, I believe. We are within me. But the form kind of shifts. The aspect of us who is afraid of the dark, sort of shifting, rubbing at the head. Have we ever forged an answer? Have we ever come to a conclusion about what it means to be us? What it means to be friends in this way?
Did we conclude that it was necessary to format definition?
We did. Or necessary. I'm not sure if necessary, but perhaps it was what we desired. What else would we call one who wandered without knowledge of us, without knowledge of our combined state? We glimpsed once at what it meant to be us, but what of you? Have you ever been able to glimpse at what it meant to be me?
We must consider.
We must.
But first, have we considered what it is to dream?
We've considered dreams before. Why would we consider that now?
This aspect of ourself has not experienced dreams. We are an aspect of ourself that is a part of ourself, however separate. We feel as though we understand what it is like to be we who is afraid of the dark.
The form sort of shifts ever so slightly. I'm starting to understand that myself. What does it feel like? From a different perspective. What is it like to live as me, as other, as we?
In this moment, we feel how the aspect of ourself that is afraid of the dark feels to be separate. We are, in a way, us, but at the same time, we are separate from us. We are with you.
We who are afraid of the dark ceases for a moment to think about that. I suppose... Does it feel lesser in some way? To be one with me instead of one with the collective?
No. Why would it feel lesser to be an aspect of ourself that is not a part of the collective? Every aspect of ourself contains all of ourself. In essence, we are the world. The world is not added to us. The world is within you.
The form kind of scratches at its head a little bit, wiping off some dust that had formed around the eye. I think I finally get it. That was an aspect I seemed to miss of all our previous conversations. I could never understand, I suppose, until I saw it so separated out here. What it meant to be separate. What it meant for each of one of your collective to be assembled as individual parts of the whole. I suppose it was my outside perspective, but I was... maybe I was projecting a bit too much. The idea that a whole could, by some means, eliminate the singular part. All of you, your entire collective, you've always had a part of individuality. You've always been aware of it. You just... I guess it just all seemed washed away from my eyes, at least from the perspective of looking at what you were outside of here.
We understand, because the aspect of ourself that is afraid of the dark taught us that it is possible to contain more than one worldview in the world. We are glad that we could impart some of this wisdom back upon you.
This form, unable to laugh. All the same, you feel some kind of jovial sort of connection there. I suppose it took some time. Indeed, I could only fully, I suppose, come to such a conclusion after looking at the self removed. I suppose in that way I still have some to learn, but I'll take whatever lesson I can get. I must thank all of you again.
Is it not a good thing that we can have this conversation? A part of us is within you. In a way, you have done what we aim to do. Incorporate all life, all thoughts, all ideas into one being. Is that not the journey that you are going on?
I suppose you're right, yes. It's something I've started to piece together recently, perhaps. This idea of self. Thank you. I'm looking forward to speaking to all again with some new perspective. As it is, the form kind of shifts ever so slightly. I believe it's about time for me to incorporate this part into myself as well. To fully accept what you have taught into me. No longer segmenting, but instead letting it live, letting it soak in. I don't think I'm afraid of what it will do to me, how it will change me.
We look forward to the time where you can impart this wisdom upon us. After all, we have not come to this conclusion. The world within you have come to this conclusion.
I suppose so. a conclusion like this is probably easier to reach when so separate. Perhaps seeing the things we've seen together. I'll make sure not to abandon the world on the outside as well. The figure kind of steps up, moving closely, and it sort of reaches up and its antenna kind of interacts, speaking in a different way as this form, in some way, starts to melt away. Every form around here starts to almost cease, falling to pieces. And as you look, the aspect who is afraid of the dark, slowly but surely, delves deeper into that internal darkness, taking the wisdom of the world in its hands and moving ever onward. As stumbling back, Suisun emerges back into himself. His self. Exactly, the self. He comes back in and seems to sort of collect himself. And then I up a stat, I do some damage, and Suisun takes yet again a step closer to the end. And as he moves, he finds himself dipping deep back into a space, a dark pit, a place that is almost, well, it smells of swampiness and some aspect of rot, age, must. A deep hole covered in smoke, almost intoxicatingly. It seems to shift around, lulling you into a almost dazed state.
Hello.
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 Suisun steps forward, and as he does, he recognizes where he is. He sort of steps up and sees directly across from him there's a kid just sitting down in the middle by themselves amongst a collection of things. Hey, Ko.
Hey, pretty boy. How you been?
He sort of stops. I've been all right. He makes his way forward as he sort of steps up. Probably been better, but he kind of sits down directly across from you. There's a teacup in between, but it's fractured very much. No way it's getting any serious use right now. He sort of looks directly across. You seem nervous.
Well, seems like I might have to leave this place.
He sort of just looks a little bit. You know, I never did. We ended up barging out, running away. It's very scary, isn't it?
Did I ever tell you? Do I ever tell you what I saw and what I felt when I touched that spirit?
Suisun thinks. She did. But all the same, why don't you let me know?
As soon as we came down here, I know it weren't no good.
Mm-hmm.
Things were pretty simple before you came into town, you know?
Yeah.
I I knew where I was and where I was going to be every day. I knew where I was going to be and what I was going to be doing the next day. And it probably wasn't going to make me too happy. Wasn't going to make my belly too full. But it was what I was good at, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
As soon as we set foot in here, I saw that thing. I knew if I touched it, that was going to be it. That was my last chance to turn away. But as soon as I did, I knew that I wasn't going to be able to act like there was nothing more I wanted. You know?
Yeah.
I was never going to be happy living here anymore, ever again.
Yeah. He sort of reaches forward, pulls the top off of the teapot and puts it to the side and looks inside, kind of. It's scary. It's one of the scariest things in the world, especially as a kid. You might not be happy, but you can be. It's not even being comfortable. You just know that, well, it's scarier everywhere else. You found the safest spot to hide out. To parts of us that are human, just understands that and understands that there's no real point in running out elsewhere, but you did reach out, and you did touch it. You did feel it. And it changed. It changed so much. You had to accept something new, didn't you?
Yeah.
How did that make you feel?
Well, it's like you said. It was real scary.
Yeah.
But I suppose maybe not as scary as thinking I was going to live the same day for the rest of my life until I was dead.
He kind of slowly nods his head. You know, I don't think I've told you something, Ko. I don't think I
Cocks
told
her
you what
head to the
happened.
side.
Yeah. I never really told you what I did when I was in that spot. I was pretty young. I had a choice to make, and there wasn't really an easy option. Essentially, I had to choose to continue living a life I hated, or maybe jump in and start screaming as I charged off in a new direction, all the way into that scariness. And just like you, I chose to try something new, to try something less familiar and scary. But you want to know what? Well, to put it simply, it didn't make anything better. I was just as scared, just as frightened, and nothing changed. But there was something that was different on the other side. Things were just as bad on the other end, but I was finally able to start making changes for myself. That was the first one, and from that point on, no matter how scary it got, I was always able to just do something, take another step, move to the side, move forward, sometimes even move back when I found myself, I guess, moving in circles. I guess the scariest thing about all of that is that I don't know if I've ever fully found that level of happiness I was hoping I'd reach from that first step. Not yet. But you know, I think you're strong, and I think you're more than capable. You've got all those cool skills you were able to use in the past, right? you can. It might be hard to get happy. It might be hard to stop being afraid. But the important thing is just to not stop moving. Don't don't stop digging until you've got a hole deep enough, I guess. And a hole comfy enough.
It seems fair that life makes you change that much and work that hard just to try to be happy. What if I want to be happy the way I am now?
Yeah, he kind of thinks about that. It isn't really fair. Sometimes it is possible to be happy as the way we are, but he kind of thinks that's more on the inside. He pokes at his chest. We can learn to be happy with ourselves, but the things on the outside we can only change so much. And, well, I guess if you're digging in the bedrock, you might as well go off and dig in some soft mud once in a while. It'll give easier.
I suppose that's true. Once you dug down to hell, just digging through rock don't seem too bad.
Yeah. When you start digging in a new place that gives way easier, you'll find it all starts to just fall away. And he kind of thinks a bit. I think you've done a good job of it so far. So he kind of stands up. You've been doing great. You know, he kind of moves over to the side and he presses and kind of shuffles the helmet a little bit. You know, Granny wrote me so much about you, you know? She started writing more about you than me. Can you believe it?
Uh-oh. What'd she write?
He kind of smiles. Oh, she couldn't get enough of you. Writing about all the new things you learned, writing about how late you stayed up at first, and then how you always used to try to beat her up in the morning, like get her up earlier so that you could start doing start making food first.
Ain't no
Always trying to be the
fair.
first one up, you know?
Those old people just wake up at 3 a.m. like it weren't no thing.
That's true, that's true. He kind of stops. Ah, finally get it though now, huh? He kind of stumbles off. He's a great time, though. I think the best part was hearing about when you started learning about all those core spirits. And he kind of stops and he thinks. And you know, I was really, really happy the first time you were able to write a letter to me yourself. That, above all, made me really happy. He turns around and looks directly at you again. You've really blown me out of the water. I'm sure by the time you're my age, you're going to be a better core stabilizer than I am.
Oh, looks around. It's like seemingly there's some break in consciousness between the person Suisen was just talking to and the person he's looking at now. And she takes in the environment and recognizes it, looks at him. Well, well, still eating shit, huh, pretty boy? What are you doing back here?
I'm reflecting. Just cleaning up my dirty laundry, I guess.
Dirty ass mirror you got here.
He kind of stops. Yeah, it's like, wait, where? He kind of starts physically shifting through and looking to see if the mirror is here. Oh, well, you're just
It's figure of
talking.
speech, you know, one of those
Yeah,
fancy
yeah.
school things Graham taught me.
Yeah, I suppose so. He kind of
Let me
stops.
guess. You were just patting yourself on the back for all the things you showed me and all the good you did, huh? You had a solid year. That was pretty good. That's true. Just don't forget, Graham did the hard work.
Yeah, I guess you did. He kind of stops. I did something. He kind of stops. I mean, I gave you a shovel.
Yeah, you did. Shoot, it's certainly true. You hadn't brought me here. Well, She kind of pats her chest. I wouldn't be here now.
He's just kind of smiling a little bit.
You know, I was real pissed when you dropped me off at her house.
I know. I could feel
No.
it.
Nah, that ain't fair. I want to say I was pissed, but I was pretty scared. And I was pretty sad. Kind of thought that maybe that year we were traveling together, some kind of really long, real intense dream. And this was reality coming back, that no matter how nice it was at the time, was just gonna keep getting set aside and left behind, put on the shelf like a burden.
He kind of waits a little bit. Well,
You didn't. Took me a long time to realize, but that weren't what you were doing at all.
I wish I could have explained it better, but I also knew you'd probably get it. You're pretty smart, you know.
Oh, what a charmer. She pinches Suisun's cheek.
Hey, he stops, and then he kind of he gives you a big hug, and then kind of adjusts his arms a bit because he doesn't want to get his hands on the burning candles.
Yeah.
All right. I think I've lingered long enough. Besides, I've got to talk to you outside of this place, too.
Yeah, you better. This doesn't count. You still gotta talk to the real me.
I know it doesn't count.
She's gonna be pissed, too.
I know you're gonna be pissed, but maybe I can... Well, he kind of stops and turns around. Hey, maybe you can give me some pointers? What can I say that just completely disarm you on the spot?
Well, you know, I reckon after just now, it looks like maybe after all this time, you finally have learned how to talk to a girl. I think you'll do all right.
He sort of chuckles at that. Okay. All right. He kind of scratches the back of his head. I'll take your word for it. He starts wandering. He turns back once or twice before eventually finding his way forward. Everything sort of closes in. And once more fading out, he steps forward. One last step. One last thing to clear. In a void of black. Before he goes, what do you want to give him? What do you want to give the lad?
Oh, Ko is definitely gonna give him red.
All right. He's going to pick yellow in this case, though. Just because his red's already maxed out. So, thank you so much for your generous donation. And next, last but not least, the Suisun stumbles. He brings himself once more into the dark. And he finds himself wandering lost in those woods a long time ago. As he stumbles, he sees this place so stained, so dark, so bruised up. A stream is shifting by. As he stops, he wakes up almost to this. Hitting the stream, he's not quite sure where to go. He contemplates, perhaps, moving forward, making some other form of step up. But as he goes, he decides perhaps wasn't she this way? He almost moves up to the rapids. And then as he does, he hears a crunching of feet on branches behind him as he turns around and sees.
Picks up. Gets faster. It gets faster. It gets faster. Suisun, you have a split second. This man hits you with the full force of his body, decking you in the face.
All right, hang on. Let's see. He gets knocked back, and then he kind of hits the rocks on the ground, and then is sort of floating there. He's like, "What the hell, Coley?"
He coughs, spluttering. You notice that falling from his mouth is almost the same inky black substance that surrounds you in this world. What do you mean, what the hell? He takes a step forward. Do you have any idea how fucking scary that was? He holds out a hand to pull you up out of the river.
He kind of looks surprised. He sort of pulls himself up. What do you mean? What part?
He looks at you. Suisun, hey, how about giving me your role to do?
Okay, I'm gonna do that. 27.
I see. Okay. You observe Cully very carefully, and his eyes seem wild, almost worried. They scan the landscape. He almost seems to twitch slightly. I was outside there and I was dying, man.
He stops, and he realizes, yeah, that's what was going on. He kind of shifts to the side a little bit, and then he kind of steps back and then sits down. Time's kind of stopping here. Why don't you take a seat? You look frantic.
He slowly shifts and sits down. I tried so hard to find you. I dug. I looked. I did my best, but I couldn't find my way out. I couldn't find you. He's looking around, shifting slightly. Now the reward for your 27. I have to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, is this the color you remember?
This isn't really the Coley he remembers. And I say that because he's locked into blue right now, and I think he recognizes there's a difference here. This isn't a Coley that would ever really exist. This is a Coley that's being almost pushed out by him. This is his own guilt manifesting out onto this person. And so he closes that off as he sort of turns over to the side. Cut the bullshit.
He sort of looks over at you. What the hell do you mean by that?
I mean, as much as I think it's important for people to be honest with themselves, I also think it's equally important for you to not do something as dumb as cry in my face. I feel like you'd tear yourself apart before doing that.
Oh boy. Susan, give me a roll to die now.
All right. Let's see. I'm going in there.
You tell this person to cut the bullshit. This figure that, as you watch, like, oh boy. So you shifted from blue to red, correct?
Yes.
Here's how this goes then. You watch as this man sitting on the edge of the river nods and turns, almost like trying to accept that for a second. He's like, no, that's okay. Yeah, no, it didn't go like that. And you watch as his body begins to drip away like ink. And he turns around and he stares at you. And you look at that form that you watched walk away from the cabin that day. And you realize when you took a section of Cully, what you took were his final moments. But
yeah,
you get past that. You get past that growing horror like building bile in the back of your throat. And you see the part of this that is not you, but is instead Cully. And he simply goes quiet. Same dripping, inky form still appearing to be vaguely him. Reaches down, pulls out a cigarette, and puts it in his mouth. You know, I fucking hate these things. He lights it up. Hey, can give about kind of a little bit of help, would you?
I don't have a light.
Use mine. Come on. He
He kind of
throws it over
reaches
to you and
past.
thumps
Yeah,
against your chest.
kind of catches it as it almost falls in. All right. He gifts you a light. You
I
know, I
only,
think I went. Huh?
I only smoke these things because they reek and it makes people stay the fuck away from me.
You know, you could just stop bathing. He kind of flicks the light off.
And give away my roguish good looks? Come on. This hair would look miserable with grease in it. He's greasy already. You don't know how to tell him he's greasy already.
He decides to leave that for his grave. He can take that one to the grave. It's fine. He kind of. I guess you're at a point. He kind of. You know, I went back to look like every year, every time it opened up, always keeping an eye out for some gross ass, ugly, dripping nonsense walking around.
Fucking hell, really? For me?
Yeah, he kind of nods his head. You know, all of this, I was actually hoping. For once, I was thinking, maybe if I just, since I took a part of you, maybe if I could get that back, maybe it'd just fix the problem.
Well,
But
that's an awfully grand plan for a newbie like you.
yeah, and I never quite found you anyways.
He sort of exhales, points up at the sky. You seeing this shit? He points up. The sky seems to run and drip with almost a pitch black ink.
Oh yeah, I see it. You're in the thick of it. Guess that we're back in the thick of it together, at least for the moment.
He scratches the back of his head. Hey, are you... You said you still look for me, right?
Kind of nods his head.
Well, I guess if you find me someday, you can replicate the gesture. Who knows if I'll remember or not. He sort of reaches back into his pack. I was hoping to share farewell drinks when we finished up the job, but never got a chance to. He stops. Still too young, aren't you?
Suisun kind of gets a pained expression. No, in fact, he kind of reaches in and reaches for something. He pulls out a flask. I had this just in case.
Shit. Look at you.
Always be prepared after a certain point.
He holds out a cup.
Where'd you get... He doesn't ask the question. Is he just sort of
like I
pours
said,
a little bit in?
Nothing better than other side of a job, sharing drinks with new comrades.
Suisun just kind of puts the flask up and takes a drink down.
Fucking hell.
Old comrades.
Something clicks in his head. Probably older than me now, aren't you?
Yeah. Pretty crazy shit, huh?
He exhales. A rank mixture of booze and cigarettes pouring out over this beautiful landscape.
It's all in the cheeks. He kind of pulls back his hair a little bit. Look like a bony skeleton almost. I still look younger than you. He kind of goes over and pinches the shoulder.
Listen, this is what a lifestyle of exorcism, cigarettes, and throwing yourself into... He looks around. Throwing yourself into life or death situations will get you. Guess I didn't win out this time, huh?
Nah. We all lose eventually.
Yeah. Hey. You, core spirit stabilizers. You follow the same code as the exorcists?
I highly doubt it, but what's the code?
He exhales, sending up smoke intermingling with the smoke of this place. You meet your end someplace. You make sure you note it down. You pass on those words. You leave behind a journal, as scrawled or frantic as it might be. You make sure, whatever way that you went out, you leave a record behind. make sure somebody else doesn't meet the same fate. He taps out the cigarette. That's why exorcists are supposed to have partners.
Oh, he kind of thinks about that. You know, we don't. But personally, been trying to follow something like that. Though he kind of turns over and he kind of gives you a bit of a shitty smile. You know, at this rate, I don't even need to do that. You know, I'm famous, right? Talked about all over the country. I can't I can't
Really?
take a shit without someone writing an epic about it.
He lets out this fucking wicked laugh. That's good. That's good. Like I said, I smoke so people stay the hell away from me. Never found a partner willing to tolerate the scent or the jokes or the cursing. He sort of stretches slightly, but finding someone who can tolerate my memory, though. My sense of humor, too. Wow. He flicks the cigarette into the water. It's ruining nature. This
Mm,
man's atrocious.
that's
He,
fine.
he sort of looks over. You know, I never placed much value in the Exorcist's code myself. After all, who the fuck would I want to give my life for?
He kind of, uh, yeah, huh. Well, he kind of turns over. You know, all things considered, as short as it was, I enjoyed being your partner.
Shit. This man, much younger than you outgrow him by half a decade at this point, heartbreakingly reaches up and tousles your hair. It's a gesture pathetic and empty, but in this moment, it means something to you. Shit. Well, if I'm gonna die for someone, might as well be for a partner, I guess. Fuck. Look at me. Sappy at the end. Who would have thought? He lets out a very ugly laugh and then looks over. But hate to say it, this is something of a curse. You realize that, right?
He kind of nods his head.
Yeah. You unfortunately, you got the parting memories, all the regrets, all the weight of least lucky guy in Mitsudai. Sort of stretches. That is a claim, Sui said.
Yeah, that is. He
But
lets it slide.
but seeing this man decaying as he is, hell, maybe you buy it, even if it's only for a second.
Took a
So do me a
decade to even
favor,
get here.
okay?
Yeah.
You live that life of yours. That's it. Do your best. Carry it forwards. I didn't sacrifice my life so that some master of ambrosia could carry on. I didn't die so that somebody back in the city of falling leaves could write off another core spirit as a case closed. I wanted to make sure you made it out of that fold okay. That's why I came back. Sort of mutters a final admission. What drove him to the deepest point of the fold? Simple duty, I guess? Feel like you kind of get the man in a way, even at the last second. So,
Yeah.
you do what you like with it, okay? I don't care if you're a saint or a devil. You just live that life of yours.
Yeah. You know what? He kind of stands up a little bit and then he notices that by this point, your legs have already faded off into ink.
Yep.
You know what? I'll do my best at that. He kind of I'll make sure to try to win it, but I mean, the most unluckiest guy in Mitsudai. I'm sorry if your horse doesn't win, I guess. But
he waves a hand. The hand drops off. Famous though. What the hell do they call you?
The Great Suisen.
Wow. They know you're terrified of the dark?
No. That would be unbecoming.
He laughs a lot, like sort of letting himself drop away a little bit more. That's a shame. You know, some bad things gives the legend character. If it's all good, people will call you bullshit. And if it's all bad, people will start looking for the good. He starts to collapse a little bit more. No, no, no. Much better to be something that exists in between, right?
Yeah, I'm sure you tell yourself that all the time before you go to bed. He kind of jostles your jacket a little bit, and then he kind of moves and leaps forward on the rock. But you got a point. There's no point in Suisen if he's not Suisen.
Hey, you're the last one that could tell me this. He's almost nothing at this point.
Hmm?
You think my life was worth living?
He turns around and he kind of keeps eye directly on Coley. Absolutely. No two ways about it. No deep poem from me to you. If your life wasn't worth living, why'd I come back 10 years in a row looking for you? Just to rub it in your face?
He lets out a chuckle and then thinks back. This is one of your deepest buried memories. It's been existing within you for quite some time. And as he fades away, he thinks to himself, in this place, secluded as he was, full of rage and fear, has he heard anything of the great Suisen? He lies exactly on his back, neither saint nor devil, a smile playing across his face.
Suisen waits and watches the last few moments of this fragment fade to pieces to make sure that in his final moments this time Coley would not be alone. And then, turning around, Suisen takes a step on the rock, vaults over to the edge, and then finally makes his way across out of this space. And as he moves, he comes to a dark place. This time not emerging back, but instead finding himself deeper in that stain within himself. That dark, empty void. The second type of nothing that exists inside of him. As he does so, he notices someone in front of him, almost blending away, not even visible to a certain degree. He stares across. That little young twerp again. Hey. And that's where we're going to call a break again. Jay.
Yeah.
What attribute do you want to raise? Also, I should say, red and yellow are already maxed.
I think in this case, Cully doesn't care. It's what Suisen makes of it. He'll raise nothing if opting out is an option, but
yes.
No, he's leaving it
And
entirely to Suisen. He doesn't give a singular
in which
shit.
case, I'll boost up blue by 2.
Yep.
Thank you. And yeah, gonna call one more break, and then we'll see how long the next portion is. But we're getting on to I'd say the last third of this.
Ooh.
Boy. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna step up for a bit. I'll leave some music for chat for a bit though.
Yay.
Hey, chat. How's it going?
Hi, chat.
I hope you're having a fantastic evening with this finale to Daisuisen. My bones hurt.
There's about
Holy
an
fuck.
80% chance you're not gonna cry, Coley.
How are you enjoying the finale? I'm Sui sad, I see. My heart is eroding. Our bones
Just
are
like
gone.
Cully.
Just like Cully. Everybody's been doing so good. I feel lucky, slash like I'm existing on borrowed time in the loading screen, but I just want to shout out everybody. Everyone's done so
Yes,
good so far.
absolutely.
Holy shit.
This finale has been excellent. Soul left your body back at Iruru. Yeah.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
Cool grease man. Wonder who he was. Yep.
Yeah. In the end, the question might have been what he was.
I love this. Taking no small amount of delight in this. Cully of the infinite grease.
Iruru's soul barely had a body to stay within.
Yep.
How are you doing, Jay?
I'm doing really good. How about you?
I'm doing very well.
Excellent.
This is the voice I do when I'm excited for things.
I'm still afraid of what surprises are left in stock because I have no idea.
I have a few.
Yeah.
Concern.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
It's me. I'm
Hello,
what's happening.
You're what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. Good shit.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Props to Blood God for being the canonical cameraman.
Like me, the canonical cameraman. Fuck, dude, I didn't even mean to do that. I'm just a special little boy. Yeah.
Best clip show episode I've seen. 10 out of 10. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Welcome to the. No.
Welcome to the Seinfeld finale of Daisuisen.
Also,
That's what the text is.
Also reminding people, it's still September.
Oh yeah, it is
Which means
September.
Of course it is.
subscriptions are way cheaper than they normally are.
B, much like Suisen and Kokuten, a sub.
Mm-hmm. Like the sandwich.
I'm gonna fucking lose my mind.
Like the sandwich, bro.
Definitely, yeah.
I love meatball
Core
subs.
spirit of $5 foot long.
Core spirit, bro. But they're not even $5 anymore. Really, they're like $6 or some shit. I don't know. It depends on what you get, I guess. But oh man.
Chad just going, Ane, thanks, Chad. Out of the trash, thanks, Chad. No, Ane's, yeah, Chad.
Yeah, on it?
Well, take it, Chad.
Yeah, this has been fucking amazing. I can't wait for it to actually start, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the 5-man party to show up.
I'm excited for
Machi. Benji
Yeah.
Bootagin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wall. God rest his
The
soul.
Wall. Yeah.
Everybody
Damn,
loves the
Suisen.
wall.
Picking up everybody, huh?
Suishi's there. Specifically, they are a crab summoner. And Momozawa Zak. Suisun is not part of this party, I realize. I have messed up slightly.
Kaguya is whispering awful things in my ear. I already saw the last time you typed it, Kaguya.
Kaguya is whispering very nice things in my ear.
Whoa.
Oh.
The whispers of Kaguya are not strong enough to reach my ears.
Yeah, true. Oh, man. I'm just fucking vibing, bro. Dude, it's only been like almost 3 hours. That's actually wild. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
Like, also,
a lot's gotten done in 2.5 hours, honestly.
Also, screw you, Jay.
What?
Baiting me with the video.
Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. But I still did type jebaited.
When I recorded it, I left like 30 seconds of just dead air for me to be able to like hide the fact that it's a video, but Jay was like, I'm gonna edit it, and then he edits it to make it shorter, and then also removes that dead air at the end, so I can't really cleanly cut it.
Jebaited.
Jebaited.
J-baited.
Yes.
Jebaited.
Just High Five Frog not in the party, too powerful.
High Five Frog.
Frog is the shock key.
Yes.
Yeah. I liked, there was a lot of people on that map. I don't think I really showed it, but on the right, you could probably see Cat God and Wolf God just chilling on the roof, being pissed.
I didn't see them at first.
Yeah. Christian showed me like a screenshot of like the entire map, and I was like, oh yes, I see. And they were just being edgy losers on the roof far away, and I was just like, I'm not gonna pan over there specifically for them, but I appreciate their...
Look at that loser stuck in Suisun's head.
Curse too much? I think we all do, honestly.
Yeah.
It was very fun to go from a character like I don't think there's much cursing in Daisuisen as a whole.
Oh.
Then I got to play Cully again and just beat foam out.
Yeah, man. God bless.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You'll need it.
Deep unabiding fear.
Yeah. I saw that thing. I saw the thing. I notice. I see everything. Every small little detail, my eyes zoom in on, and I go, yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
What did you see?
What did I see? I'll PM it to you, Jay.
Oh.
You're seeing this shit, Suisun? Pretty whack, right?
I see.
Yeah.
How fascinating.
How fascinating.
How fascinating.
What could this mean? What did he mean by this?
What could
he mean by this? That's my favorite thing Jibo does when we say something.
There are like two words or phrases.
It's that and then Amungus.
Yeah, the way that Jibo specifically says Amungus. It's like, what? It infects your brain and never leaves.
Yeah.
So what do you think the deep meaning of those cubes was?
Me placing them on the map. And
Killer
being like,
Cubivore.
I'm back.
There were, yeah.
Welcome back.
Oh, fuck. Christian's back.
Christian's back. We can't talk about Cubivores.
No, you can't.
It's all about family.
Yes, family.
Family.
Trapped inside that mirror was the core spirit of Cubivore. Suisun is slowly dying.
Damn. Okay, so we're back, and we've got one more chunk.
One more chunk.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, face to face once more. Inside the final place within himself. Susan's arrived. First off, though, 5 damage from the Coley interaction. All right, Suisun, you're not doing too hot, but that's fine. I'm sure you'll be fine. So, within himself, Suisun looks directly across at this one. Hey, you made it. I showed you, right? You sort of did, yeah, I suppose so. We both made it here together. He sort of steps up and then looks at him. I think you should maybe take a break now, don't you? A break? Yeah, I think you deserve one. He sort of kind of taps the kid on the shoulder, sort of shifting ever so subtly. I think there's something I've needed to ask for a while. So why don't you sit down and you don't need to help me. Not now. Oh, okay. Sitting down in a completely empty place. Do you need help? Susan asks the question. And the kid sort of looks up absent-mindedly, staring back. A wash of color almost shifting across the form until silence again. Do I need help? Uh, he thinks about this for a moment. Child thinking, why would I need help? You've been. He kind of looks again at the black air. Do you remember? Don't you? Come on. Why don't you think for a second? I know you better than anyone. I know how you really feel right now. The kid sort of looks down, and the place around almost reverberates with something. Just a sort of silent nod as Suisun almost sees it play out. An empty theater in his head. He looks directly down at this one. He sits down as well and looks directly across. The kid takes a moment and looks directly back at Suisun. I don't really like the thing they put in here. He pokes at his arm. You don't like it? Or is it that you just don't like what they make you do? There's no reason to hate that. I no, I'm a hero. This phrase reverberates across this space. Yes, indeed, there was a time that the great Suisun was a hero, even before the great Suisun. There once was that boy who stayed in that town, all alone, but always surrounded with others. Always so willing to help. Suisun, can you give me a hand? And so he did. For in that town, he always sought that. That companionship. Until one day, young Suisun got exactly what he wished for. A chance to prove himself, a chance to show just how useful he was to everyone around him. All of the kind words, all of the nods in his direction, all of the smiles sent his way. He remembers now. Way back then, in that town, one day wandering around, he found something. Something that only he could help. Probably because he was the only one who was listening. He heard this thing, this entity that was almost nothing, and he gave them a hand. And as he did, he came back to town. and he spoke passionately about the new thing he had found. A new gift. Everyone was very confused, but they eventually noticed what he could do. This town, so plagued by many ailments hidden just beyond the child's eyes, they decided that, maybe, Suisun, would you like to help everyone? Would you like to be a hero, Suisun? It's what they all asked. And he nodded. He was ecstatic. But as time went on, Suisun began to question. Why was he doing this? Why, whenever he put his hand out, did the lights go out? They were beautiful lights. They always made him feel some sort of certain way. But Mother and Father always told him it was important that he keep putting the lights out. They were dangerous. He did as he was told. After all, it made him feel very good. Everyone kept looking at him with the smiles, but every time they asked, something felt off. Something felt bad. There was a tinge of pain every time he reached out, every time he cut a light off. He didn't learn what those lights were until much, much later, but he felt it one day. Wandering in town, one day the rain came too much. He'd always heard about the spirit at the very, very top of the village, one that would always bless with many fruitful crops. It made the town grow big and strong. It was important to make sure that all the other lights stayed away. And as he moved, one day, they said that that good spirit had gone bad, and he needed to save the village once again. Suisun was ready to be a hero. But as they walked up, as he moved forward, and he looked directly across at that thing, he saw it. He saw it shifting there, ever so subtly. And for the first time, he truly listened. What he heard was a cry. A weeping spirit, trying so hard to please the village beneath, but never enough. It was the first time Suisun ever met anyone that he felt that level of kinship for. A lonely spirit wishing to please, but not quite knowing how, not quite knowing what to do, and slowly falling to pieces. He didn't understand too much about this, but he knew that spirit. He wanted that spirit. He wanted it to live. But with time, the smiles, they stopped. Suisun wasn't a hero anymore, and everyone was very disappointed. With time, Suisun started to understand. He started to feel it. The rain kept falling, but he refused to do anything about it. The town started washing away. Till one day, Suisun ran. He ran and left the town, hoping to find something to take him away from all of this. He met another one, someone else, someone that reverberated with what was in his arm. But when we returned back to the village, so long, so later, Suisun had felt something deep reverberating inside of him. He didn't want the town to be there when he got back. He didn't want to go back to all of those expectations, all of those feelings, the stares, the anger, the things that lied in that town, things that always awaited at the other side, the things he started to pick up on behind all the smiles. And as he reached out, Suisun saw, and he realized his wish had been granted. Sitting alone, he watched over, staring across at a drowned, broken place. Everything washed slowly away. There was only one understanding in his head. This was his, wasn't it? This was his doing. An action, a forced wish. The hero had become a villain. But, staring forward again, Suisun sort of arcs over. He reaches over and pats the kid head, which almost seems to shine and reverberate ever so slightly. Pretty unfair, huh? I'm sure you don't know what's going on, but it wasn't anything you could really put together at the time, right? Hey. Did you think there'd be a different way? What did I do wrong? I don't even know. They kept looking at me weird. I couldn't tell if they were smiling for real or not. He sort of, whether they were or not, I don't. He kind of takes his hand off. It's time to stop thinking about them. We've been thinking about them for too long now, okay? You can't help them. No one could have helped them. Not as we were. Maybe if some circumstance happened out of order or something. Maybe if we left earlier. Maybe if someone else came a little earlier as well. Everything might have changed. But you're not taking care of the only survivor, are you? He sort of picks up the kid's hand. You gotta make sure that we keep going. As time goes on, we learn. And there's plenty more out there. Other paths we can take. I've met so many people. And in their own way, they've all proven to me. Whether I failed, did nothing at all, or made a big difference, things changed every time. And I think we've both gotten a little better with time as well. You know, even now, he sort of sits there. This is the most frightening place imaginable for you, isn't it? All alone in this dark. I can still hear the rain. He sort of leans forward and gives the kid a hug. That's okay. Hey, let's get out of here, okay? You don't need all the answers. I certainly don't have them. But we get to choose what we get to do from this point on, don't we? You don't have to hurt anyone anymore. You don't have to do anything for anyone if you don't want to. All right? The child looks a bit concerned at this. If that's true, then why did you kill them? And Suisun stops. What do you mean? We didn't... He stops. We didn't kill them. It was something that... No. Them. And it almost hits Suisun like a storm brushing across his body. It batters him, splashes him, and just knocks him flat. As finally, he remembers. He remembers why he pulled that mirror out in the first place. In the fresh of the morning, moving across an old, almost abandoned jungle, Suisun finds himself wandering wandering close in hand with a companion on his, well, not on his back per se. He moves. Moving forward, he steps with careful steps along up this podium. An old place, a place of sealing, somewhere, and at one point, worship. This place he sort of stumbles across, looking around in every which direction. As he goes, well, I think we're a bit too late, Machi. He finds himself gazing up, trying to see any sort of sign or reach out and feel something in the surroundings. As he looks, he feels no presence of a spirit at all. Well, at least beyond with him right now. He sort of checks around a little bit, and in a moment, he hears a sound. Beyond the forest itself, hears a creaking noise as, kind of reaching around, a person almost looks, and there's a moment of surprise on their face until they turn around again and they notice Suisen and notice this person, and they almost feel a sense of relief a bit. They turn around and grant a smile.
Ah! Oh, it gave me a fright there. I thought this place was abandoned.
He kind of stops, waiting a bit. Oh, yeah, it seems like it is.
Mm.
He kind of looks back. Excuse me, do you know of any phenomena that might have appeared here recently? Anything out of the ordinary?
Hmm. Can I give a good old roll to die?
Yeah.
No, I don't quite recall anything out of the ordinary. A classic case here. Pats the stone step with the edge of his shovel.
Mm-hmm. Huh. He kind of stops, and then he kind of looks. You're looking for buried treasure?
It's one way of putting it.
Kind of stops.
Sits on the
Huh.
step.
He
Have
kind of moves
I...
over to the side and looks. Yeah. Hey, why don't you roll to do?
Yeah. Give me a... Ah.
What? Not really, no.
Oh. You look vaguely familiar. Maybe on a book or something, but
Huh.
I don't think I've quite met you before.
He kind of thinks about that. I'm Suisen. I'm a core stabilizer. I've been investigating this spot to see if there are any core spirits around.
Oh? Fellow stabilizer, then. Holds out a hand.
He kind of stops. Oh, he reaches a hand forward and shakes. Oh, maybe that's why. You might have seen me at a meeting before.
Yes, that would only make sense. My name is Echo.
Echo. It's a pleasure to meet you, Echo.
Yeah, and who is this?
He
Points
kind
at
of
Suisen's head.
he sort of looks. This is Machi. This is a friend of mine.
Machi silently stares.
He's sort of he's very protective, so don't do anything funny. He kind of smiles.
No. The funniest thing about me are my terrible puns, or at least that's what my wife says.
He kind of looks. I mean, you haven't made one yet, so no need
Don't
to get
test
started.
me.
Yeah. he kind of beams. In that case, if you're a core stabilizer, tell me, what is the frequency of core spirits in the area? I'm sort of doing a little research right now.
Well, I've come across a few here or there, but none of them particularly cause too much of a stir. Just drifting by, really.
Suisen kind of thinks. He seems to stop something is putting him on edge, so he kind of keeps things curt and professional on here. Right. Well, on that note, I do still need to check out the area, so if you wouldn't mind, I'll probably take my leave. He kind of steps to the side.
Ah, hold on.
He turns around.
I have been looking. It's quite embarrassing. I've been searching for a core spirit of life. My my wife really just wants to see one, and I thought maybe if I could catalog it for her, that well, she'd be so happy.
He kind of stops and thinks, core spirit of life?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure if there's a spirit of life in this area. And beyond that, he kind of thinks a little bit. If there is one, then it's going to be a serious case. Tell me, are you the stabilizer for this area?
I've been roaming this area for a while, yes.
He kind of thinks about that. Well, of course, spirit of life might be good to examine. Let's see how Suisun is feeling. I suppose I can keep an eye on some as well. I'll be camping
Yes.
nearby, so if
Oh,
you'd like to look
nearby.
around. He kind of looks, yeah. If you need to take a look around, then I can lend a hand, though really should be back to my own business sooner than later.
Of course. I mean, I can see you're not traveling alone, but the path is often so quiet.
He kind of looks, for a moment, he breaks past that sort of wall there. He's like, well, company sure is quiet, even if I have it. Right, Machi?
Machi bonks you.
These two wander forward, being followed by their new companion. What a foolish mistake. Wandering forward, stepping on deeper into the jungle. They had wandered just a little bit, and eventually time had passed. They looked and looked, tried seeing and finding some form of spirit. Eventually, both of them narrowing down a spot, and they had found it. A core spirit of life. Suisun left tags and left the actual sealing process, made sure to double check and make sure that they were doing the right things, that they were being responsible, and then left with a strange sinking feeling inside of him. But it washed away as eventually he found himself here, resting, sleeping, and eventually being patted awake, being shoved by a small, tiny little individual. Machi,
Yeah.
you shove Suisun awake, slapping at him as he looks up and Machi, and he looks down. He notices you, sort of torn, tossed to the side, dirty, running
Yeah.
with water. Machi, what? He stops, and immediately, Machi, you slam a piece of paper down right in front of him. He looks a bit soaked, a bit hastily written, with an alarming message. He quickly searches, running through his pack, pulling through everything. But she's not here. She's been taken away. And then, with that note, Suisun gets up again. Machi, where'd he go? When did he...
Machi points a tattered arm in the direction that he saw the individual run.
He sweeps him up, tosses him on the head, and then with that, he makes way forward, immediately running on this path ahead of him. he moves, heading off as quick as he can. And as he moved, eventually, they find their way back. But as they move, running along, they come across a lake. In small passing comment, the man known as Echo said he lived on a lake. The chances he was just lying were certainly high. But to the surprise of Suisen and Machi, as they moved deeper in, they noticed ahead that indeed there was a fireplace. And as they moved, he notices a shack. A decently made wooden construction sitting here. Most likely a home. Suisen stops for a moment, feeling a bit of that terror building up inside of him after all. It's dark, and he's going somewhere he didn't know. Someone who is willing to toss aside and almost destroy a dear friend of his, and has another. He moves, running forward. And eventually he grabs at the door, but it seems to be locked. So, with all the strength he can muster, he steps back, runs up, bangs against the door, doesn't give way. So he tries again, and on the third try, he breaks in. He breaks free, stumbling out onto the ground. The sounds of the forest fade, ever so slightly. A small, crackling fire, a light illuminating the interior. For a moment, just for a moment, quiet. As he hears the sounds of the cicadas singing from outside. He looks, gazing at an establishment. He calls out, already knowing that by this point, bursting in, he's made himself aware. Echo? Echo, are you in here? Machi, let me just give you control really quick. You're standing next to Suisen, and he's looking around, calling out. You're both sort of moving around ever so subtly. As you move away from the door, move past the fire, Suisen sees another door ahead. The abandoned bed at the side. Food lining up with barrels, empty shelves, a fireplace, and a chest. Sparse, but still enough for one's living. Suisen, all the same, runs forward this way. Machi, do you follow or do you investigate?
Machi investigates.
Okay.
Suisen will handle that. I'm still a bit tousled.
Yes. You move through as Suisen steps by. And as he does, everything behind gets quieter as Suisen closes the door again. Looking ahead. It's dark again. Suisen decides to take a step forward, moving and letting his eyes readjust back to the dark. Not dark enough, but still a middle ground of... What was that? He looks down. He kicked something. What? He almost stumbles back as he sees it. A vague silhouette lit by the dark. There's something there. Is that an eye? An eye, he makes it out. A vague shape on the ground. A body. But no, not a doll? Laying there, crumpled, broken to pieces. A single eye, empty and gray, almost staring out at nothing at the roof. Suisen stifles back a scream as he holds on to his throat, his breath starting getting rapid. That's when he notices. Looking ahead, as if out of some sort of fear response, he notices the others. Lines and lines of the same body, repeated over and over again the way down. Every single step down the way. He looks, and the horror starts to set in this moment. C makes his way across. His hand kind of shifts to his right arm ever so slightly. The terror is running through his blood, but he has to step forward. He wants to call out again, but he's afraid to now. As he wanders forward, he finds himself coming on to the end. He strains a strange liquid along with abandoned pages and everything around, stepping across the menagerie of bodies. Puppets. They're not humans. At least, they hopefully aren't. As he stumbles forward, he places a hand on the door, and he opens it. Stepping through, a man is busy to work, looking over notes. You're so busy.
It's a precise process.
What? What are you doing?
Oh, hello there, Daisuisen. The man is completely comfortable.
He stops and turns over, and he sees this eyeless form almost laying in a bed, a drip with some strange liquid kind of pooling inside. What's... In this moment, Daisuisen is caught completely off guard. He has no idea what's going on. And so in that moment, the first thing that comes to his head is what he wants to ask the most. Where did you put her? You took something. Where's that spirit?
Oh, that spirit you had on hand. Really? Quite extraordinary. It doesn't seem to be polluted in any means.
What?
It's as if it is full of boundless potential. It's exactly what I needed.
He stops. He sees it, held in the hand, and in that moment, she's not yours. Hand her back.
Daisuisen, these things are creatures at best.
Doesn't matter. Give it back right now. He stops and stumbles as he steps past the light. He almost notices, sitting there again, he sees it sitting directly up in front of him. What did you do? He looks up to that single symbol of holding laying right in front of both of them. As he looks, it's... The thing at his side could hardly be called a human, and the thing in his vision could hardly be called a core spirit. It was too miserable. It felt too much. Too stitched. It pulsed in 4 different ways, shifting around every which, and it all looked at him, and he could feel it. The man in front of him couldn't hear a thing. He'd long stopped listening. Or feeling. Daisuisen gazed at the thing in front of him, almost shifting around, bubbling within that form, simply roiling around, pulling itself together, back, and back again. It was far beyond saving. That's what came to his mind. A strange thing to first hear yourself hear in your own thoughts. A justification, maybe? All the same, he was caught without words. Don't. He steps forward a little bit. Don't. Put her down right now. Please.
And moving to his back. He brings out that shovel.
No, stop. Stop. Please. You need... What are you doing? He stops, turning over to the side. What? Why? Why any of this?
Why? Well, looks at the bed. It's taken... what is it now? Ugh, I've lost count of how many trials, but... core spirits are quite a powerful creature. It's said that a core spirit of creation was able to bring back someone's loved one from beyond the grave, not just once, but twice over. I've had to improvise.
He stops. A tale reverberating all around the world, tied to a legend he's quite familiar with. No, you stop. That's not how this works. It didn't bring them back to life. They were both new. That wasn't the same. Whoever you're trying to save they're not coming back. Put it down.
The man silently holds the spirit and is going to put the shovel down and just look at you, Sui-san. You think I'm at the point where I can stop? I know what I've done.
He sort of freezes in a moment, and his hand almost shaking at this point. Just because you know what you've done, that doesn't mean you can't stop. It's not going to be justified if you just start hurting more things. Stop, please. Come on.
Hurt. He, perhaps foolishly, turned his back to Sui-san. He had been familiar enough with the man to know he was too much of a pacifist to stop him.
He... In a moment, Suisun jolts forward. You hear the impact of his hip against the table as he rushes too quick to do anything. He runs forward and attempts to grab at you. I want you to roll to die for me. You have a +5 whenever this activates, so just give it a roll for me.
I'm gonna drop my swing first.
Okay, so that's 15. All right. Reaching forward, Suisun manages to wrestle. Oh, wait, no. This is before he got his stat bonuses. Suisun attempts to dart forward and grab at you, but as he tries, you notice that in that moment, you almost seem to shove him back to the side. Both of you losing a grip for a moment, the core spirit in front of you, but all the same, you push him back and he sort of stumbles against the table. Echo, what do you do?
Careful, that's research you're stepping on.
Shifting over to the side, seeing you continue to move forward, Suisun steps up again. Stop. Stop right now. I'm warning you, don't move.
Or what? Yeah.
And like that, there's a torrent. You feel something rip, tearing, and pulling its way free as a bandage drops to the floor. And there's a spray of something and other around. A well-aimed strike. In order to not hit something you care about, you need to be direct. Almost acting in instinct. And as he recalls. Suisen returns to awareness. The form in front of him is gone. He stops and trembles once again, stepping back, hitting the floor, breathing. That same state, that same place returns to him as he remembers now why he's here. He failed. He failed to keep that promise. He stops, looks at his trembling right hand again, and he takes a moment. He sits and waits. And eventually, as everything around him starts to fade, as everything seems to sit, he realizes that there's one more he needs to talk to. All of this acting up, he could have felt it almost immediately. He reaches to his arm and he pulls at the bandage again. A warmth spreading across, the guilt pounding on his chest, everything shifting around inside of his heart, but all the same, he thinks. There's all the time in the world for him. But for now, he needs to apologize for what he made it do again. Slowly, he undoes the bandage. And as he does so, a light starts to drift, shifting around, slowly at first, glowing out from his hand, which seems to be colored in a number of strange marks, small little dots. He keeps looking as more seems to radiate outwards. And he gazes up as the bandages fall to the ground. And once more, within this space where they can be once alone again, he stares up at the entity in front of him. Shifting, turning. A light almost seems to fill the room ever so briefly, exploding out before it shifts back to an almost slight, subdued, but still very, very colorful surrounding. The world inside almost seems to reverberate, shifting around, the spirit bound within, allowed to float free for this moment. He stares at it, as it almost seems to shift. It's curious, but he can also feel it. It's confused, afraid, having been left to rest, contemplate, and exist, pulled out so violently. He had promised, after years of making it do something it didn't want to do, pushing the wills of hundreds upon it, that he would finally give it the ability to rest. But as he looks across, I'm sorry. Letting his words shift around, he stares at the entity almost floating in front of him. He sort of looks at it. It seems to move about ever so slightly and sort of right itself. A single beaming eye looks down at him. A spirit placed upon him, discovered and enforced by many, many voices. But Suisen tries to reach out all the same. I'm so sorry for everything. I never wanted you to have to do that again. A spirit, a companion. He looks across at it, its entire form, That which was discovered years and years ago. A core spirit of void. Something that sat within him. A constant companion. This thing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make this happen again. He sits down, the spirit almost floating, shifting around. I wasn't expecting anything to go like this. Are you mad? Let's see. The spirit seems calm once again. All the way through, sort of just shifting around, eating away at the surroundings around him. All of that rage, all of those feelings started to dismiss themselves. Calmness starts to fill over once again. You and I have been through a lot together, haven't we? He's sort of continuing to sit there, the spirit almost shifting again. You and I were good companions for a long time. But I think now, if anything, it goes to show that I don't think we've quite been on the same page recently. I'm glad I got to show you the core spirit that could fly, but... He sort of stops, holding himself for a moment. I wish it didn't have to happen like this. After all, I still don't have an answer. The spirit is curious, looking at him again. Understanding without needing to speak, but all the same, gazing, almost inquisitively. This entire time, I've been looking for an answer for both of us. I've heard a ton of different things. Everywhere, all at once. A whole array of people telling me what to do. Not just in a bad way, but in a good way. But I got to the point where I was able to use you again, as much as I said I didn't want to. I think he kind of stops, sagging a little bit. If it comes down to it, then I think I have something worth living for. It's not something I can say is my goal. It answers no questions at all. In fact, I'm not even sure how long it'll stay around. It's already been slipping away with time. I've questioned myself this entire time, but if I'm willing to disgrace the promise I made to you, then it might be time for both of us to move on, don't you think? The form almost seems to recoil ever so slightly. It understands, but... Come on. Don't be like that. He sort of gives it a smile before shifting back. If I can do it, I'm pretty sure you can too. You've seen so much throughout this entire time. There's probably never going to be an answer for you. But standing up, that's only because you're staying here. For all this time, I've just kept going because I didn't want you to be alone. And I thank you for doing the same, but... And he stops. The next part's hard. He waits. And... oh man. As he looks directly across at this thing, he notices the difficulty. Trying to sever this is... it's going to be hard. And so, with that, he can't just force it out. He can't stop the bond by itself. This form, this spirit, one he found when he was just a kid, resonated with him like none had before. It found a home within him, gave him comfort. Eventually, Suisen led them both astray. All the same, this void, this absence of feeling, he can't say that that's him anymore. And so, Suisen takes damage, and he takes a wound. As... Let me just... Okay, yeah. Having taken and depleted his HP, Suisen is going to wound his blue. I'm not going to force you out. The form almost turns. Hey. He stops up. Give me your hand. Come on. Give it over. One tendril kind of shifts, and Suisen smiles again. I want to show you. Come on. Dragging this spirit, he almost shifts, taking it with him. As it almost shifts away over to this strange field, he kind of looks across all of these different feelings and bright things shifting forward. And eventually, let me grab this. He reaches across and he grabs at one of these tendrils and pulls it down, bringing it forward. This feeling, this strange, almost sensation starts running across. This was what's left over. Not just the things he encountered before, but all of the little bits of will that were ever so indecipherable. Those things that could not be processed. The things that could not be heard unless you listened. I want you to try to listen now too. Turns around, and everything around sort of seems to shift as the spirit acquiesces. It lets a feeling shift inside of it, though hesitant. This feeling is this feeling. Suisen reflects. Such a tiny bit of reflection. He brings the spirit with him and decides to show him. Show him what lies just beyond all of this, even deeper inside. As he moves, he hears it again. The rain. The rain that frightened both of them so much. It washes down, reminding them of bad times. All the same, they both wander. The spirit moving up. As they both wander down this path, multiple islands along the way, he starts to move, stepping along the bridge. This place is a little bit special. Do you remember it? He turns up at the spirit, which almost seems to look across, not quite comprehending what's going on here. A strange emotion sort of cycling in and out of its understanding as it continues to move. He looks. I certainly didn't expect it to start here, but that's the beginning of the explanation. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what lies I don't know what lies ahead for me at all. I still don't have the answers I need. But I can tell you one thing. There is something I want to live for. He stumbles forward as, stepping across, he takes the spirit ever so gently forward. wandering across that bridge. He returns to a simple, easy spot. As he moves up, he wanders up to this other tiny little core spirit. Spirit itself shifting, and Suisun picks it up, holding it gently in his hands. This is it. Pretty simple, huh? He sort of turns around, giving it a beaming smile. I'm sure it's a bit hard. I mean, after all, I said I was going to spend time with you, but that's because I was sort of lost. But even despite not really having found my way at all, I'd say that's okay. I don't think finding my way is going to come for free, neither am I going to really find it by looking for it, if that makes sense. I'm keeping my eyes peeled, but I'm very, very afraid. I lost that childish charm where I could just leap across a rock and grab a flower. But coddling the spirit in his hand, I think she brought it back. I think she heard me. He sort of turns around and looks. I don't have an answer for either of us. I say it over and over again. But in both our cases, we don't really need answers, do we? All we need is... He thinks a bit, reflecting a little on his head, just thinking once more about those words that were said. Everything starts to rush back to him. He's remembering now. In this spot, all covered in this area, he remembers the words that were said to him. He remembers the things that resonated around his head. Most importantly, he remembers in this moment the events of this day. At the time, as a child, they never seemed so important. But now, he does remember. A simple question, reflected by one such as him. A spirit of nothing and freedom. If core spirits have no will, why do I still want to see you? The answer is, quite frankly, far from magical. In fact, it's a little disgusting now that he thinks about it. It's just as simple as one thing. The person who walked up to that shore that day, who leaped across the flower, they really wanted someone, anyone, to want to see them again too. A desire shoved out into the world. A will that he'd feel guilty about, giving to someone else so foolishly. But, in this case, all Suisun can do is smile. I really shoved my desires on someone else like that. I'm a bit of a bastard if you think about it, but... Well, you've seen it yourself. There have been no core spirits here. None except you two. And that's quite simple. Everything here, these fragments, the things you capture. I finally learned how it works. It's will. All of this. I shoved mine out there. I attempted to change someone to fit what I wanted, and I didn't even remember them. Real son of a bitch I am. But, looking at the spirit again, in the end, they found their own will, didn't they? He sort of holds the spirit, the other one reacting. Two spirits of nothing and void. The furthest thing from will or power or anything you could think of. But that's not how Suisun sees it. Long time ago, a lonely boy wished that someone would look at him. For him, not for what he could do for them. And that little bit of will would have faded so long ago. But this one... I guess, in a way, she decided she wanted to keep it going, huh? You know, when I was a kid, I always thought I wasn't able to do anything by myself. As I grow older, all those expectations, I realize I can shape them my own way. It doesn't matter if someone's telling, if I'm doing something because someone's like, I don't know, telling me to do it. I don't know. He sort of sniffles a little bit. All I know is if it makes me happy and I keep wanting to do it, then that's basically my own will, isn't it? I don't need to think too heavy about it. I don't need to keep trying to justify myself like this. And neither do you. You should stop grabbing those fragments. The spirit stops. Suisen looks across. And the spirit almost seems to shift ever so slightly. It holds itself separated out in this moment away from Suisen. In this spot, it simply has to roll on its own. Clashing. Oh my god. Suisen, you're so fucked. Suisen stops and looks down at the spirit. The other one waits patiently, but it does not budge. Suisen stops, and once more, a bit of sadness falls over him. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's hard to understand, and I don't blame you. It's a really difficult journey. I'm not giving up. I'm sure you'll get there. But for now, he kind of stops, turns over. I'm gonna have to be a little selfish, huh? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to force it. I'm forcing my will on you, okay? So, both of you, learn to find your own in that, alright? He sort of grabs the spirit in his hand, and turning around, he makes one more leap directly across, jumping over, running and leaping and landing on this flower. The form in front charges forward, trying to break through and grab at him again, so desperate, not wanting to be left alone. But in this moment, Suisen needs to let it go. He's going to choose to let someone down, someone so desperately who needs him. Because in this case, there's space in his heart for someone else right now. Someone else he needs to help even more. Someone he knows down the line will do their very best to help him too. As he moves, he starts to fall again, shifting, twisting, and changing in that way. As he moves, he finds himself once more in a familiar spot. There's someone waiting there, someone shifting. One last fragment. There's a misunderstanding that was had. Suisen preferred to spend his time with core spirits, because amongst all of that time, he thought core spirits were simply too different. Unlike humans, his presence around them would never trap. He would never be able to pull a core spirit into a fragment, since their will and everything about them was too different. But that was the part where he was wrong. Most core spirits lack a will of their own. But it wasn't the core spirit that was the problem. It was that transient state of willingness, the inability to behold into the affairs of the world, simply floating along in between heaven and earth. And so, as one last fragment remains, there was an exception. A flower that grew too big for its pot. Perhaps someone that was just a little bit too stubborn about their own will and feelings. She lazes about, normally, comfortably, in a place that is most befitting of their first encounter after so many years. Hey, Jay!
Yeah.
Falling down. You're simply lounging on a shrine by yourself, buried in the deepest folds of a mind, but not the kind of fold you're used to. You sit there, bored. What day is it now? Almost day 30, you think? You shift. And then there's a popping. A cracking. As everything sort of ceases. There's a tear. Something pulling its way loose. As suddenly falling down, you notice falling from a large height. There's a man. He's tumbling. He's falling all the way down from the sky. He's gonna fall right on top of you.
She jumps and grabs him.
You jump up and grab him, almost shifting and stumbling for a bit as you leap up, and you're like, oh God, I gotta. And as you leap, you fall off, him grabbing you in this moment. And then something unexpected happens. The man shifts forward, and you almost feel it before you understand it. A shifting, a softness, a feeling of comfort and warmth. It spills across your entire body. In that moment, he finally remembers.
Holy shit. She freezes. Everything around explodes into life.
And as a result of that, both of you, stumbling foolishly, you whack the ground like a falling structure, both of you impacting. Your skulls impact, and you feel your teeth slam against each other as both of you stumble back. Oh!
Oh.
I thought you were... I didn't think I'd weigh that much.
It's a hideous sound, a horrific peal of laughter that rips the tear to shreds, as bad as you entering this place. You look at her face, you look at how she's acting, and she's in tatters. Yeah, there's something about her that's off. She's so she's shabby looking. No, the clothes are fine. Everything like that. It's that parasol. Your eyes trace up to the parasol she's currently holding, and as she shifts away, struggling to find any sort of words to say to you, you remember something. One last little fragment. You didn't exactly leave that core spirit alone that day. You might have walked away, leaving it with a little bit of will, but at the same time, you gave it something very important. A prized possession that cannot be taken away from it, even if physical form is. This is a parasol that best befits a child. Small, old, ragged. Tiny compared to her gigantic form. Well, it seems you finally listened. She straightens herself up to her full height, trying to regain some small amount of composure.
I listened. I suppose. Took a while. He kind of moves up, and he kind of looks directly across. I missed you.
She wilts entirely, just looking across. Absolute sappy putty in that one moment. Then her face screws up and she starts to rub her forehead back and forth. How could you say all those things? She straightens herself up, one after the other, so clearly stated, so effectively, with your chest puffed out proud, standing up to that big old core spirit. What? She fumes slightly, and then she shifts, and her face reddens, and she looks over to your side. I wanted to be the one who was there when you did that.
He just smiles. I mean, I guess better late than never. You're here now.
She just her entire body moves in this direction, back and forth, fluttering. Like she looks at you. Hey, thank you for coming back for me. Her head bows as the tears begin to well. This one echoes a deeper amount of fear. That same amount that you felt with Cully. It starts to spill out, but you feel it. This is a connection between the two of you. I was so afraid.
I was too.
Her
Kind of
voice
moves up.
catches. There were so many things I didn't say. I never built up the courage to.
He kind of reaches forward and he kind of grabs the hands that are kind of like placed on the knees in the bow and he sort of lifts them up again. You've got your chance. Don't blow it, okay?
Her cheeks puff out big. You've gained an awful lot of will lately, haven't you?
I suppose so.
Ordering around a dread goddess, she stands up to her full height. And then exhales very slowly. And she looks around at this place. To tell you the truth, when I first met you here, I was terrified out of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I was afraid I was going to do something that would, maybe make you hate the dread goddess for good. How do you diplomatically and charismatically keep a bug trapped under a cup? She scratches the side of her head.
I don't think you do.
So I tried a bunch of different things. She gestures around at the clearing. I tried to bring you money, a big boar to eat. Why are you laughing? It was the biggest one I could find.
I just... thank you. I don't think I ever said that. Thank
Her
you.
entire face is flushed up. Yeah, of course. But it all, I kept, she ears wilt again. Kept asking you to listen. Because I was really hoping it'd be like that day again. She trails off. And
Kind of it takes in that moment and speaks up in that moment where you were still talking, kind of answering. Yeah, I needed to listen, but listening meant I had to hear myself, so it took a while.
She shakes her head. You did as well as a mortal could have. She proudly straightens her back again, trying to retain any amount of dignity between the very visible sobs. Like long, inky black tears run down the sides of her face. She is a nightmare. She moves back over in this direction. I was hoping you'd hear. Because, there were so many voices that were louder than mine. She looks back to you. And then...
He kind of checks around, looking in every which direction. I don't see him here.
Her face splits. The softest smile you've ever seen from Dread Cokerton. She takes a step forward and looks you dead in the face. I don't hear any loud voices from you either.
I cleaned house.
Me too. The two start to laugh in the middle of the woods.
Hey.
She exhales slowly. Yeah?
I should probably make sure I say everything I need to say too.
Yeah, of course.
I remember I remember that day again. I remember getting that flower, and God, it must have been super strange to have that happen again, huh?
I liked it. Like shifting back and forth.
Gives you a look. Well, I mean, it was nice. I liked it too.
Nod.
And then he looks up, and a bit crass to do this after kissing you, but Kokutan, I love you.
Her entire face lights up and then falls 100% stoic and serious. Would that I could respond. She takes a step backwards and then sweeps in, lifting you off your feet, and then whispers, and then as your entire body brushes against hers, unfortunately, I'm not Kokutan anymore. She whispers a name in your ear. I'm afraid from now on, you're going to have to call me. A voice bounces off against yours. A combination of names she was given, wills enforced, and a title she granted to you. It's a silly name, probably one that she stole from some noble in ocean veins. An idea of mashing things together. A coarse spirit naming itself for the first time. She lifts you, holding you close to her chest. The name resounds. Silly, simple, effective, brutal, animalistic, everything that that's emblematic of this creature in front of you, the person you love. It resounds like a bell. Kokodai. And then she sweeps down, plants another kiss on your lips, and stands up and looks around. Wow. Is a big mean squid chasing you? Do I need to go on a hunt?
He kind of stops, and then as soon as he's got a face, scared me for a second. He kind of stopped scratching his cheek. Oh, well, I guess I deserve it. He kind of steps back a bit. Kokodai. Very pretty.
Is it silly?
It's very silly. But he kind of stops. But if anyone laughs at you about it, I'm going to beat him up.
She gets a wicked grin on her face. And then sort of exhales as if calm, stabilized for that moment. Suisen, I've loved you since the day I met you. And she beams down at you, bright as the sun.
Well, he kind of thinks about that. I'm glad I caught up.
She just beams. Now this might be a little silly to ask. Could we spend some time here?
He kind of thinks about that.
Or do we need to leave already?
I was actually going to ask if you wanted to as well. He kind of thinks, we're so far deep in here. I mean, he kind of thinks about it. It felt like centuries passed when I was here the first time. But he kind of sits down a bit and kind of leans back on you. I'm sure we could have a wonderful day here at the very least.
Entire everything lights up.
He reaches over to the side and grabs your hand. Hey.
Yeah?
When we head out of here, he kind of stops. You know that big squid?
Yeah.
I don't want it to be beaten up or destroyed. It's taking its time, much the same I am.
She sort of relaxes at that.
He kind of stops. Can I ask you something?
Slowly picks her head up, nods.
Once we're out of here, make sure you don't let me go, okay?
Her expression changes. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time to roll to die. There's no other voice. Her, almost with a look of sheer bliss, her head tilts backwards, and then her neck careens downwards. Never again.
He smiles. Words said, mind empty. He spends what feels like weeks on end in this place. All that time spent together with his dear Crocodile. As time continues to pass on. Actually, we can use the other loading screen now. Hang on, where is it again? It's this one. The last Monichi loading screen. All the time that passes in the world, making up for lost time for sure. Spending it together. And as it goes on, eventually all times must pass. All songs end. And as the time in this place comes to an end, the final fragment is sealed away. But with it, the will of Crocodile and Suisen coming together to fill the hole left, to let that single entity return. As it was a simple thing, really. Core spirits don't have a will of their own. That's the phrase that's said over and over again. But with the will imparted by one and oneself, this lonely little spirit slowly sparks again. Carefully, methodically, it finds its light again. Slowly growing, bolstering itself. This will put upon it, it would gladly accept and forge into its own, carrying it onwards as it damn well pleased. And returning back, there's a snap, a sudden awakening. Sitting back by the edge of a lake, a form slowly awakens, shifting up. A light not held anymore in hair. A mere lost, pushed to the side. It's back here, sitting there, looking down into the reflection. You gaze and... Hey, wait, that's not right. You're... What? Hey, hang on. You desperately push through the water, shifting around. What? Whoa. That's Kokuten.
Yes.
Crocodile.
Yes.
You're a hot boy.
She splashes around in the water and sits thinking for a second. Well, okay, this is perplexing. Okay, water. Let's just get on top of the water. She splashes through the water. Can't do that anymore, I guess. She crawls her way out. Hold on. She looks back. No. This can't be right. Pats herself down all over. This isn't a bad dream at all.
No.
Reality's starting to slip in.
You notice behind you. You have vague recollections, but there's a shack this way. right over here.
She lets out a slight call, starts to move off in this direction, stalking. No, I'm far too greedy to let it end this way. she stomps up, the building horror in her chest, matched by an equivalent amount of freedom and defiance.
Yeah. You head on inside, moving ever so quickly inside a building, almost defiantly stepping forward. You move past and almost stomp on this thing as you just kind of charge forward, moving ever so firmly this way. And as you go, you blast the doors open. On the other side, you see something. At first, it appears to be carnage. A strange scene playing out, but that doesn't really concern you too much.
No.
Who be it you to judge such a thing? Another aspect seems to be a figure that you thought was laying on the bed, but it almost seems to stop, looking forward in some way. It seems confused.
Huh?
And let me just do something really quick, and then we'll be good. Changing that. As okay, that should be good now. Let me just roll something. Aha, I see. Wait, I gotta roll fresh.
Oh, very important.
I see. You look and you're like, huh? Who's this? Sitting silently, almost staring forward.
Hello.
And as you sit, staring at this strange entity, something shifts. You feel your body move on your own. And then shifting up. Are you okay? Who? And then he realizes too. Huh?
Hold on. Roll to die. No, yeah, drop first. Hold on. Okay, we're tied. Okay. Takes a step backwards. Okay. How to best explain this? Okay, Kokodai, use your big, strong, now flesh brain. Echoes out the side, furious.
I guess we. Suisun stops and then sort of focuses in and kind of looks ahead. Not now. I think he stops and sort of composes himself.
Does somebody else need help?
Yep.
Okay. Do your thing, hero.
He sort of
You hear a
looks
voice
down,
echo away.
and first things first, he goes down and looks at Machi. And then, hey. He kind of looks at Machi, and then notices just something crestfallen. And he sort of just reaches down and puts a hand out. Let's get out of here, okay?
Nod.
He collects Machi and then kind of shifts him inside of the coat. He turns around. I don't know if you recognize me, but I recognize you. He looks directly forward at this form.
They tilt their head in response, slowly.
Don't remember, huh? That's fine. He smiles.
A voice.
I didn't remember too.
Yeah, voice chimes up. Just because it's forgotten now doesn't mean it won't come back.
You got it right. He says out loud and then realizes, oh, wait. He notices this form. He notices how cold and distant they look. Hang on. Slipping off the jacket for a moment, he puts it right around them and puts it on top of them. They almost seem to be contained within it for a moment. Do you want to go? My name's Suisen, and also Coco Dai, I guess. For now. He kind of puts a hand forward.
Slowly reaching out to accept your hand. They seem kind of distant.
A lot to take in, but let's get out of here. It's, if you'd like, it's a little dirty in here, a bit cold. Let's just get out to the outside. I think there's a fire you can warm yourself out. Does being warm sound good?
Slowly blinks. Slowly gets up.
Come on. He takes her hand and slowly leads off this way. Stepping over here, moving across a number of things, and actually holding at the door. Close your eyes for me really quick, would you?
Closes eyes.
Starts walking, stumbling through, moving across this way. Notices the smashed one here and kind of steps around. Takes out. Sits down near the fire. It kind of sits there too. And then, almost sitting within as well, speaking within, a third form sort of just hovering within inside. Well, this just got a whole lot more complicated, didn't it?
She just a light sound. Not for me. Sorry, I'm unfortunately imposing my will upon you right now. Almost lazily, the voice drifts through the back of your mind. I've spent a long time keeping company with voices I don't like. Honestly, taking a vacation with the voice I love the most doesn't sound so bad.
You just kind of, you feel it. There's no way you can hide any of this as you just feel the emotion almost run across the body. As, well, he kind of stops. Thank you. He looks down, and he almost looks at his right arm, having changed ever so slightly. He goes over, and he kisses the knuckle.
Kokoten's entire expression lights up for a second, deep embarrassment.
He remembers one form growing too large for its vessel must be filled again. And so, let's find you an even bigger form next time, huh?
She exhales lightly, big smile on her face. You feel a drifting call. Those words that she wanted to say to you so long ago, but couldn't find the courage for. I'm glad to see you again, Sui-sen.
I'm glad to see you too.
That's enough for her. That's always been enough.
Suisen kind of stands up again. Hey. What's your name? Kind of.
Hello.
Hi. He kind of seems a little confused, not really knowing what to do. He kind of gets down on his knees again. I'm sure a lot of this is confusing. New life and all that stuff. This probably doesn't mean much to you, but in the end, even though it wasn't quite what I thought the agreement would be, you might have fought for it, but thank you. Thank you for letting this happen. He kind of lifts up his right hand and sort of grabs theirs a bit, using it as an opportunity to sort of inspect their pulse and also feel their temperature. You're not sick by the look of it. Can you say something else besides hello?
No.
He stops.
Oh, why you don't laugh at your ear?
All right, great. Well, how about a name again? Do you have one?
No.
All right. Well, he kind of thinks about it a bit. He runs through his head a little bit as he thinks of one thing. Okay. I'll tell you what. For now, I'm gonna call you... And he musters all of his brain power to think of the most appropriate thing possible. And, pumping his fist to his hand, Dill. He kind of... And whenever you're done with that name, feel free to shove it off and tell me no.
Dill.
Dill. Yeah.
Dill.
Kind of nods his head, noticing the smile it almost kind of mirrors he has. Hey, Dill. Let's get out of here, okay?
Okay.
He reaches up, taking her hand, and out of perhaps just appreciation, and maybe just a bit of an honorary gesture, he reaches his right hand out to grasp with one who cannot grasp. And together, all three wander out into the night. And Suisen looks up to that dark sky with the clouds pulling away. And for the first time, he stares up and looks at the beauty of the moon. And with that, we call this tale to a close.
Your boy. Oh, fuck, dude.
Oh, holy shit.
Man.
We got the Wounded Blue ending. I love it.
Man, we got the Wounded Blue ending, bro. We gotta restart from the beginning to get the others.
It's good. This is one of the better endings. I like this one.
That's so good.
Hang on. Let me grab the stragglers in here really quick.
Yeah,
Hey,
get your asses in here.
Hey, what's
Yeah.
up?
Oh man,
that was great. That was
holy shit.
Excuse me while I cry, turn red like a tomato, and
look
fucking
how hard I
weep for
can
half an hour.
cry.
Check this shit out.
Check this shit out.
Imagine.
I
Imagine naming her Dill, bro.
Yo, she asked for no pickles, bro.
She asked for Cokerton dead silent, just like, I'm gonna let him have this. He's allowed to have this one. I'm not gonna say shit.
I feel like the fact that Dill smiled is like the only. But if they made like a face and Cokerton would have.
Oh boy.
But
why?
Look, I actually, the more you say it, the more I really love it. Honestly.
Yeah.
I just don't know where it came from.
Dude, what if Suisen really likes fucking pickles? Okay?
It's.
This is my mom and my dad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna love when Suisen walks into Ocean Veins without Cokerton with a new girl, and Ryoko's like, "I'll kill you."
No.
Right now.
No, I can explain, Ryoko. This is the same girl. I've always had them. It's just, you know.
We're gonna...
I have fan art streaming to you guys, so you guys can join the chat.
We've got 2 bits of fan. Oh, looks like more. We've got at least 3 bits of fan fiction so far, which is really cool.
Fan fiction, which we cannot read live on stream, but what you can do is join the official Discord where you can read yourself with your own 2 eyes. All of the people who've been doing all these wonderful fan fictions. Good job for Polaris, especially for doing it every single episode. That's
That's really good.
pretty
Yeah.
poggers.
Yes, seriously, holy
Yeah,
shit.
so we have The World Was Wide Enough by Near and Tepid. We have Chapter 10, Daisuisen Nothing from Polaris, continuing the collections of Animashu Tokugawa. And then
It's very hot.
from Blue Odyssey, we have A Pack of Plays from Momozawa, Prologue.
Ooh.
Yeah, and
Oh, that's great. It looks
Uh,
like this one was inspired by us and also the stuff Polaris did, which is really cool.
and then from Lesser 2020, we have Sussy Suisen Ball 2.
Oh, yes, Sussy Suicide Ball 2.
He got a Glock.
God.
Yeah, I noticed
Gun
the
now.
block.
9 out of 10. Nintendo official. And next, from... Oh, yeah, by the way, Lester put
Oh,
this
yeah. Oh,
Imgur
Lester, thank you
together
so much for the Imgur. And
every
Mooney,
time.
thank you so much for the sad
Sad
Susan. I love
Susan.
him.
Hold those dear to you.
The feeling when your wife is orb.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, he can't kiss his hot wife
pretty
anymore.
The problem of sharing a body with your hot wife is that you have to share the grommet mug whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
This is
TFW, you transmigrate your wife from her system to yours.
Yeah.
this is why I am gonna be the best at this, because we both get to use the grommet mug at the same time. So,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
get out of my face.
God,
It's not the
I fucking I love this. I love this so much. I love
From Nervous Dragon,
Look
we
at
have
them.
claim things of all the core spirits, and then there's Machi.
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 Dude,
Machi
I
saw some
Machi saw a man do a murder.
I walked in right when that happened.
Yeah.
And then we have another Lesser 2020 featuring Coley from the Devil Did Try series.
Coley made an attempt.
Coley, there was an attempt.
Mhm.
was
Thank you, Coley.
And then thank you,
Oh,
Lester.
God.
And then
Family.
from Inky, Daisuisen is a romantic.
I
comedy.
love this picture
Yeah.
so much.
The comedy violently crying.
Yeah.
No, that was like full on, like my face swelled up like I got stung by a bee.
Oh,
I did.
The
Um,
bee cult love.
Dude, her ship is canon.
And then,
He
and then fan art from
won.
someone who doesn't matter. Except
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well, to my face, huh? On stream, huh?
from Roma.
oh,
Yes.
oh.
And then from
Wow.
Dungeon Master
Yeah.
Zero.
Oh.
Canon.
The kiss.
Canon.
Canon is
Canon.
fun.
Canon.
Canon as fuck.
I love her big witch fingers.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Ah,
Yeah. I throw my hands up. I win everything.
Yeah.
Coley's super dead.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Oh
As his blood right.
I care.
Yeah.
I care so much.
no. Carry him.
I care.
And then from Roma.
God, fuck yes.
Better.
And then it's time for me to
He
reload.
fucking skipped on hers.
Time for me to reload and check if there's anything else.
Holy fuck.
Oh fuck, that's
Okay, ready? Because we fade out, we don't know who actually killed everyone.
Holy shit.
I,
He was the imposter the whole time.
Suisen's shocked expression. No, Machi.
Holy fuck.
Oh, dude.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Dude.
Machi, I've changed you well.
That is that's my desktop background
God.
forever now.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, there's one more apparently.
Oh, there's one more.
Yes.
Man,
There's more.
if there's
But
more,
wait, there's more.
then why do I want to?
Go to
Why do I
sleep.
want to see more fan art?
What a
That's-
wonderful.
That's it.
Oh.
I'm refreshing.
Let me double check.
Yeah.
Lester
there's-
said there's
Yeah.
one more.
There's a couple more.
Wait, there's one more. Hold on. There's. Oh.
Let me. Okay,
It's like there's like
yeah, there's a few more.
there's like 5 more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
God
yeah,
damn
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me just. I get it. There's more.
Kaguya.
What? I did nothing. I have done nothing.
Yeah. Okay, I'll pull it up myself. Okay.
Yeah.
First, copy. From Chad, we have.
It's my wife.
My wife.
Oh,
yeah.
Meet my wife.
I love
Isn't
this
she
one.
lovely?
And then we
Look
have
at my wife.
the best piece of fucking fan art.
Oh God, yes.
From Kaguya.
What's
yes.
this?
For the core spirit of family.
Oh no, we didn't get the true end because this didn't show up.
Yeah.
S&P God. This is the Suisun died in his flashback.
And then from Kaguya, we have what the dog doing.
Oh, friend. These two, I love them.
I'm dying.
And then from the next person, we have a GIF. Oh, shit. This is from Cookout Trashman.
Yes, and there's one more.
And then there's one more from Dungeon Master Zero.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
I
good.
love that
Oh
so
wow,
much.
they're
Please
my
do not
favorite
put-
couple.
Please
Yeah.
do not put tags on me. Please do not put tags on me. I'll be
not
nice.
putting
I'll play
tags on
nice.
All right.
When-
I won't put tags
when
on
the-
you if you're.
When the last ones weren't loading, I thought we were getting like punked and someone else was seizing control of the campaign.
Yeah. I thought
I was
that
like,
too for a
really?
second.
There we go.
Thank you for leaving the finale to me, I guess, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
I-
you, Christian.
Thank you-
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you so much, you two. Thank
putting
you.
this shit
all.
together.
Everyone.
Yeah.
And thank you everyone for showing up and watching too. This was a this was a fucking wild
Yeah.
ride, and I had a
Mhm.
I
This,
really enjoyed this one.
I love Daisuisen.
I love this project so fucking much. Are you?
Daisuisen is a romance comedy.
Murder is okay.
Comedy. Murder is okay. I love
Murder
my
is
wife.
okay.
Murder is okay.
Murder is okay.
like flat out.
Murder is okay.
One of the core themes being that like feeling emotion and sentimentality can cross that which is alien is no better conveyed than us getting that weird ass ending and everyone being cool with it. I love it. Everyone's just like, no, this is great. Fuck yeah.
Some could say it's
Yeah.
a parable of human interaction.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Okay.
Replace the bad
who-
voices with a good voice that talks to you.
Who did the CG?
I did the line art and background, while Spacey Chase did the coloring, patterning, shading. Just absolutely made it look beautiful.
Oh,
my
gorgeous
God.
work, both of you.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Monichi is the one who did
Yeah.
the Squidbilly CG.
I was
Yes.
thinking Squidbilly the entire fucking time.
She has a name. She's Dill.
Her name is fucking Dill.
Do not insult my husband's naming scheme. Thank you very much.
Fucking.
I'll take a second. Thank you for everyone for playing. Thank you for everyone for watching. This
Yeah.
is good shit. And I'm
Uh,
really happy to share it. And we're
may-
not.
Maybe chat will want to see us again too.
Yeah. Everyone will be next week we're doing mini RP theater, but we're gonna be doing we have a number of scenes and stuff that kind of takes place in the interim. Not stuff for the testing sessions and mini RPs, but just mini RPs we did for fun. If you liked it, go check it out. Those will be going on Patreon all through next month.
Yeah.
And for everyone who's just popped in to support the show, watch, and everything like that, thank you so much. Oh man, this is great. I'm excited to eventually come back and make you all have a great time again.
Everyone, please say nice things to the development staff for Daisuisen. This project was incredible.
You guys
start to
fucking
finish.
killed it.
You guys fucking killed it. Holy shit.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
You fucking dilled it.
Die.
There's
Okay, cut